Hi. 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 Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It's so nice to see you all. Congratulations to Ass for getting first. Hello, hello, hello. Your attention was demanded. Oh my goodness. Good job. Good job following instructions. Good job. Hi. Oh my goodness. What are you all up to this fine Saturday? It's really warm where I am. like jarringly so. I don't know. I don't know. It feels like spring. It does not feel like January. I'm kind of off put for real. Hi, Carrot. Hi, Georgie. Hi, Ass. Wow, what, what an emote. That's very cute. Getting low. Oh my goodness, I got a bonsai tree today. I went bonsai shopping. It was nice. It was very nice. And I went to Trader Joe's and I went to Lowe's. I got Chinese food. I don't know. It's been uneventful, but kind of eventful. You know what I mean? I did a lot of errands today. Mhm. 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 Hello. Thought we were pitching product ideas like Shark Tank, so no pitch product idea mega collab. Pitching ideas? Ryan, I'm not even sure what you mean. I'm watching Mick and Marcy play games. Oh, yippee! I love those ladies. Debating on whether I go to a gachapon for a Labubu event or just stay home playing games. I didn't know Labubus had events. It is it is it like a convention? I guess I don't know what a I don't really know what a gachapon is. That sounds kind of fun though. That sounds kind of epic. Are you in need of another little Labubu son? Never watched Shark Tank? No, I watched Shark Tank. I'm just not sure where you got the pitching ideas part from. I don't know what pitch product idea mega collab really means. Every collab I've ever done has been kind of the opposite of ideas forming. I think the more VTubers that are in the same room, the less brain activity there is. Boo clothes. Like, mm, like a sweater with a Labubu on it? Or do you mean like clothes for your Labubu? I didn't I didn't know you like have to buy them clothes. Is your Labubu naked right now? That's kind of sad. I think you should go to the event and get your Labubu a little hat. I think I think a hat would be pretty swag. Fizzy, thank you so much for the 5-stream streak. That's so nice of you. Fish tank sounded like a Shark Tank thing. Thought you and your friends would do your own Shark Tank. Oh, no. No. I was in a club at my college, and one of the events that we had was I don't know. It was like learning how to talk in front of an audience, and so we kind of like played Shark Tank. Like we'd randomly get assigned like goofy little items and then have to pitch it to everyone. So I've done that before, but I wouldn't say I'm an experienced Shark Tanker. Oh, thank you, thank you for that. Hi, Take Carrot. I'm almost out of gamer subs. I don't know what I'm gonna do when I run out of my gamer subs. I guess I'm just not drinking anything. Sigh. For my pitch, I propose we add Poisson Talk. It will increase profits by 300%. Really? So I'm gonna go from making like $98 a month to making $300 a month? That'd be kind of awesome. Can I see can I see where you got this data from? Um 45 Z's. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the 45 stream streak. Wow. You are a very dedicated cinnamon fox, aren't ya? Caught me right at a moment I can't be present too long for. Have a good stream. No worries, Carrot. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Speaking of pun, that's fots to an extent. Pun is short for pankatsu, which means clumsy in Japanese. Mm, am I clumsy? Am I clumsy? I will concede that I'm a little bit head empty at times. I have my moments. I don't know if I'm clumsy though. I think, I don't know. I guess sometimes I spill things. But I'd like to say I'm kind of graceful. I don't know. I can run in heels. Data. Hi, Classic. Welcome, welcome in. Hold on, I gotta open Steam. I do not have Warframe open. I dedicate all my streaks to Ryan. That is so sweet of you. I don't really know. Can you just dedicate anything to anyone? This stream, this particular Warframe stream is dedicated to Azumazu underscore, who got me into Warframe. Good morning, Holly. Oh my goodness. Did you just wake up? I hope you're feeling better today. Hold on. Oh, checking for new content. Hold on, Warframe might be low-key updating. Oh wait, no, it's up to date. Just kidding, false alarm. Okay, let's go over here. I propose that streaks can be dedicated to other people. Like, profits by 500%. Yo, if I ever get $500 from a stream, I'll, I don't know what I'd do. I'll start squeaking. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Don't worry. Don't worry, we're finding it. There's Warframe. Do you guys want to hear Spotify or Warframe ambient noises? I'm gonna be honest, I feel like Warframe is kind of boring to watch unless I'm in like a cutscene or something. So I feel like this stream will be a lot of yaps. Just finished the USA competition. Yo, how did you do? I hope it went so well. Sorry, making sure the audio is good. Oh my god, 30 stream streak! Let's go! This is so poggers. Can you hear this? I guess there's nothing to hear right now. I got some mail. Wow, we can look at some treasures on Saturn. That's poggers. Oh my goodness. I guess we got like Christmas stuffs. We got an ornament, sleigh, poggers. I don't know who any of these people are. They're kind of eaten though. We're getting closer. Yeah, I don't know what this is. Looks good to me. Maybe I don't have the audio on. 1 second. Is it really the return of poggers? Because I've heard more. Oh my god. I don't know. I don't know when I started saying it. I know I started saying it a little bit ironically, but I don't know. I don't know. Sick. I don't know. Maybe it's popping off on social media and I just absorbed that subconsciously. Okay, I'll pause Spotify for now. And then if the game audio gets a bit lackluster, we can come back to that. I shot a 550 out of 600? And I'm yet again the state champion for my division in Utah, Idaho, Wyoming. Oh my god. Why is it like a tri-state area? Why is it a tri-state area situation? You're like Dr. Doofenshmirtz. Is awesome. I don't know how Archie is scored, but I feel like 550 out of 600 is pretty nice. Good job. Okay, ship reveal. It's pink. I put some posters up. Wow. I think the last time I was playing Warframe might have maybe been on stream. So I don't know if any of this is new, but look, I'm purpled out. I'm purpled out. And I got this like Thanksgiving turkey little guy. Pretty cute, huh? Okay. I think so my goal is to get a fish tank, and I think that's locked behind this. Or maybe this. I don't know, but either way I have to do the war within, so let's check that out, I guess. At first I was like, oh, debuggers as a joke. But bro, I don't think it's a joke anymore. That's so real. That's me with like everything I've ever said, ironically. It just never stays that way. Oops, sorry. I love Doof. I think Doof is probably the best Phineas and Ferb character by a lot. Okay, investigate the reservoir on Lua. Okay. I don't know what Lua is, but we'll find it. Yummy! It's so the people don't have to have 3 separate competitions? Oh. I guess that makes sense, but I would have just imagined there'd be a state champion for like each state. That would have been my guess. Oh wait, here. Is Lua a planet? I don't even remember getting here. I don't know where I am. Doof is incredible and pretty much the only reason I watched the show. Yeah, literally, like his little B plots kind of carried. I was never that interested in whatever thing Phineas and Ferb were building. Like, they could be making the coolest roller coaster ever, and I was just like, can we get back to the interesting plot?
Put you into the dream, tried to heal you, tried to give you the strength to tame the void
Is this
within
a little loud?
In a way, this is where you, where all Tenno, were born.
Oh my god, happy birthday.
Born here, were we?
We were born.
No. When the Zeramin was found adrift, the Orokin did everything they could to erase
I'm still
their
wanting
mistakes.
Candace to finally get with that one guy because I believe in love.
Everything was wiped out. The only thing they
I feel like Jeremy and Candace did get together, but maybe I made that up in my head.
Further ahead, find out who it is and what they're doing.
Okay, shorty. Waiting for a witch to be done? Oh, you're still there. Yo, I hope you get so many awards. Were you guys big fans of Phineas and Ferb? Sorry, I added some letters in that. Phineas and Ferb. I think that was one of those shows that, like, I would watch it if nothing else was on. Definitely like a C tier cartoon. Maybe a B tier. But not one of my favorites. I was an Adventure Time girly. What am I investigating? Forb. Yo, don't you have Labubu clothes to get? Don't you gotta go clothes shopping? Oh my god. Oh, guys are screaming. It's so empty here. Where's the enemies at? I love Phineas and Ferb. Man. Wait, did I think Ferb with Vanessa was crazy? Did they get together? I thought like Ferb just had a crush on Vanessa. I don't know.
I just saw the intruder.
Oh.
Moving fast. I think it's
They
Teshin.
did? Wasn't
Teshin?
Ferb like in
What is
middle
he doing
school
here?
and Vanessa
It
was
looks like
like
he's heading to a reservoir. Follow him.
at least in high school, if not a grown adult? Is that real? I don't know. I always imagined like Phineas and Ferb as like middle schoolers, like maybe 10, 11, 12. And then Candace and Vanessa as like high schoolers, like maybe seniors in high school. I don't know if that's real. That's just like how I viewed them. They're always flirting and holding hands and stuff, but they ever go on a date officially? I don't know. Maybe not. I just assumed at some point they were dating. But I guess I don't remember any official, like, tea. Don't ask me? Oh, sorry. I thought maybe you were an expert. Why was the music in that show so freaking awesome? I liked the, I liked the Gucci Gucci Goo. Means that I love you. Is that how it went? I don't know, but I thought that one was quite catchy. Whoever was making the music for that show kind of ate up.
This doesn't concern you, child.
Don't
Robot
call me
cowboy.
that. What are you doing here?
I'm the very last one to get my award. In Idaho, at least. Oh, man. Well, I hope it goes by pretty fast. I don't know. I gotta be honest. I feel like award ceremonies are kind of boring. Or like graduations. Anything where it's like everybody has to wait their turn to get a thing. I don't know. maybe I'm just a hater, but I feel like I don't have a lot of patience for that. I guess it's cool if you know everybody and it's like, oh my goodness, my good friend won that thing that I was really hoping she would win. But I don't know. Look, she's saying I did like the character creation and I made her. I put glitter on her face. Oh.
What was that?
The Queens.
Queens? The Grenier Queens? Tell me what...
I am warning you.
Wait, why is that
You think
Caliban
you're safe behind
voice?
this metal, but you're not. Not in the ways that matter here.
Wait, is the
Behind
human
this, you're still
inside
just a child.
Caliban?
Stop saying that.
Follow me again, Tenno.
Huh?
And you will answer to my sword.
I guess I kind of imagined Caliban was their own fella. I viewed them as more
I thought the Queens
masculine.
were just an invention of Grenier Command. No one has ever seen them in the
Think
flesh.
got rhythm? Give me a
I
grade?
have a
Squirrels in
feeling
my
Teshin
pants?
has.
All bangers?
Can you track him?
Oh, I only remember squirrels in my
Not with
pants.
Spectre's masking him, but Tenno,
The
we
other
don't know anything
two do
about
not
the
ring any
Queens.
bells.
Maybe Teshin alone should.
Oh.
No, Teshin's not going to tell me what I can and cannot do.
Wait, this seems so
I'll take out
intense, but I don't
Inspector
know
so
what's
you can
going
track him.
on. Man, this is what I get for skipping all the dialogue. Now I'm not sure what's happening. She is saying real. I love glitter makeup so much. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's a little more trendy to have more like natural makeup these days. Like the Hailey Bieber kind of look. And I do think that is really pretty. But me personally, I like really like heavy blush and heavy highlighter and like sparkles and glitter. I don't know. I think that slays big time. I'm a glitter kind of gal. Oops. I did not want to do that. Everything is fine, I think. I think perhaps. I got a medal, yo! Congratulations on your medal. That is so awesome. You're eating up. If clean girl makeup is a trend, they call me the dirtiest girl around because I ain't doing that. I have seen like some TikToks of like quote unquote dirty girl makeup. And I feel like that's such a mean way to put it. But it's like the early 2000s, like blue eyeshadow and clumpy mascara, like Britney Spears type looks. And I think that goes crazy. I don't know. I don't dislike clean girl makeup. Like, I do think it looks really pretty. Pretty and cutesy. I'm not gonna hate on other girls' preferences. I just think glitter is a slight. Like, if you're gonna be putting stuff on your eyeballs anyway, and like you're already gonna be a little uncomfy, you might as well be like shimmering, you know? Uh-oh. That guy looks freaky. I gotta go. I'm leaving. Oh, oops. That sounded painful. Does look nice, but not my thing. And also, some of the trendy products are hella overpriced. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of real. I feel like the good quality makeup in general is so expensive for like the amount of stuff you get. It's rough out here.
Another job well executed.
Yippee! Assault mode. Thumper. Interesting. Well, that was fun. Yummy! I'm gonna sit and eat my lunch. Oh my goodness. What's for lunch? I had sesame chicken for
Teshin
lunch.
is trying to mask his location from us, but I have pinpointed a suspicious
It was
signal
quite
for you to
good.
investigate. Find him. We need answers.
We need answers. Yeah, but check out my dog in his little Santa hat. Pretty cute, huh? Oh. Petting through his skull. If I pay a if I pay a ton of money for makeup, it better make me sparkle like a ray of sun hitting the surface of the ocean. Not melt into my skin and be invisible. Yeah, that's pretty real. I don't know, I went to go buy foundation, I think it was like last year. And I wanted a bit of like a nicer foundation rather than like drugstore makeup. Just because, like, for me personally, I don't know. I feel like everything else can be drugstore, but like the stuff that's covering my full like face and my skin, I don't know. I feel like that can really make you not look and feel your best if it's lower quality. And that stuff is like $40 for like, I don't know, like 3 ounces. I was like, man, this is not even worth it. I got it anyway because I had a gift card, but if I didn't have a gift card, I probably would not be purchasing all that. Raising Cane's! I love Raising Cane's! Yummy, yummy, yummy. I get a 3-finger combo and a lemonade with no ice. That's the frost tip of the day. Second favorite Warframe? I don't know. I've only ever really played Caliban. I guess whenever like you first load into the game and it makes you choose like one of the 3 default ones, I picked
All my scans for Teshin have converged on this
Volt.
location.
I think his name is Volt.
Why
A
hasn't
little
he reached
lightning
out to us?
guy.
If he's pursuing the queens, we can help him.
Pity.
Pride or shame, he does seem to have some connection to them.
But those are the only 2 I've
Stay on the
tried.
trail. Finding the queens could give us a tactical advantage against the Grenier.
This one.
Understood.
I get the lunchbox with 2 toast fries and 3 chicken. Lunchbox. I didn't even know there was a combo called a lunchbox. Yummy! Yummy, yummy, yummy. That sounds pretty nice. I like Cane's toast. It has kind of a strong butter flavor, but I like the softness of it. Pretty nice. Oh, the box combo. Oh! I am familiar with the box combo. Cute. How many donuts can you stack on it? I don't know how big the donuts are, but maybe like 4. 25 donuts on Caliban's sword? You think so? It's a pretty hefty sword. I guess I don't know how thick a donut is. I don't know, but I think I could balance 4 on my head and that would be pretty nice. Sans Undertale style. Shoot, I think I was not supposed to take the elevator. I think I cooked myself. I mean, I don't know how people have like thousands of hours in this game. I think I get lost too often. If you smush them down, you can def get more on that sword. Well, is it just the blade? Or like, can we put some on the hill at the bottom as well? I think we need some more context to be able to properly answer. Oh my goodness, I love these goofy little puzzles. They make me go yippee yippee. I'm so mentally exhausted, but physically fine. Well, I'm glad you're physically fine. I don't know. I'd have to imagine that would be quite a workout for your back and your shoulders and your forearms. I don't know how much weight like your bow has, but I don't know. I've shot bows before and I don't know, they were so heavy. I couldn't really do it very well. Plus 2 years from now has 1,000 hours. Let me see how many hours I have currently. Ooh, I have 93. That's way more than I thought.
I've picked up the trail again.
That's not Teshin. It's another one of his specters. He's trying to shake us off the trail. Capture that specter. We can use it to find
Capture
the
that
real
specter.
Teshin.
Do I have to damage him? In the name of the 100-acre wood, I capture you. Not really sick anymore. Wait, that's so good. I love when you're not sick anymore, and then you have like a bigger, better appreciation for like simple things, like breathing through your nose and laying down and going for walks. Like, wow, life is so good. Life is so good. I'm so thankful for my nostrils. Yippee! My back is a little sore.
Well
my
done.
knees.
Return to your ship.
You're
I
standing
will
for
alert
5
you when I've
hours.
decrypted this
Otherwise,
specter's
good.
control signature.
Yeah, that's not too bad at all. Look at you. It's small beans for you. Going down. You must feel super appreciated multiple times per year. Yo! Don't clock me like that. I I don't know. I got sick so much in 2025. And like I guess I was technically sick at the beginning of this year. But like it started while it was still 2025, right? So surely that doesn't count for 2026. This year I'm gonna be so healthy.
Another job well
I'm gonna be
executed.
so healthy and not sickly whatsoever. Wow, Darman skin. Meow. Oh my goodness. Hi Dilsey, how's it going? How's your weekend going? Wow, look at all these stats. Pretty cool. Am I clicked
Teshin
7%?
Spectre points to what should be an unpopulated asteroid field.
Is that your
but
phone
deep
battery?
scans show the presence of a security
Girl, I
matrix.
think you need to
Someone is
invest
trying
in
to
like a
hide
portable
something.
charger,
I need you to find
perhaps.
out what. Prepare your Arcwing.
Your phone is always dead. Going good, yippee! I love when Dilsy's going good. Dilsey, you play any good games lately? I predict you'll become sick in March. I hope I'm wrong. Yo. You will develop a cough.
Something is
Yo.
hiding in this asteroid field. But before you
Guys.
can investigate, you
I
need
don't
to
want to
disable the
cough in
security
March.
matrix. Ordis, are you certain this is the
I
best angle of approach?
I don't think I'm going anywhere in March, so
Well,
surely I won't
outside
get
this
sick.
corridor lie burst scanners, severe
I was trying
radiation
to just
proximity mines.
miss a lot of
when
battery
you're
early in the
beams.
morning.
So, yes, Ordis recommends staying within the shipping corridor.
Okay, staying within
Operator,
the
watch that
shipping
transport ahead.
corridor.
The scanner is only able to scan one side at a time. You can use that to your advantage.
You heard Ordis.
Don't touch
Keep
the
the transport
beams.
between yourself and the beams. Do not let them touch you.
Watch out! To the ship's left, another scanner.
What am I doing? 100% of the game called off? Yo! Apex
Another
recommended
scanner
that
to the
game,
right
I
of the
think.
ship.
I think. Did you like it? She did? Yippee! It is on my wish
They're going to
list.
scan the top of the transport. Get below it.
It's amazing. Yo.
Nicely done.
That's
They still
two
haven't seen you.
That's two good recommendations for it. Guess I'll have to play it. Man, I have so many nice little games that I want to play.
You're clear.
Started a really tough Terraria mod with some friends. Yo. I don't know if I'm built for tough Terraria mods, but I do really like Terraria. Very nice art style. Very nice combat system. Am I blocked? My ship. It's leaving me. Can I go above? Oh, maybe not. The hardest one I played ever? What's it called? Yo! Why is this so cooked? I feel like a little housefly caught in a kitchen, trying to get out the windows without realizing they're glass. Oh. Oh, I see. Detected.
You've been detected.
Oh,
They know you're
man.
here.
We're playing on Masochist mode in a mod called Fargo's Souls mod. Oh, go to the right of the tunnel. Thank you. That was kind of cooked, huh? I have not heard of Fargo's Souls. That's really fun, though. Oh. I know there's a lot of cool mods for a lot of cool games, but I don't know. For some reason, I'm not super into trying out mods. Unless it's like stuff that affects like multiplayer. Like I've played modded Slay the Spire so that it makes that
This is
game
the last scanner.
it makes that game
Big detective.
multiplayer.
They know you're here.
And I played a peak mod that like allows more people to play. But as far as like game mechanics, I don't know. Not much of a modder. It's so fun. I super enjoy modded Terraria. I know a lot of people do. One day I'll try it. One day in the future. 5%. Oh, girl, you're cooked. You're cooked. It's so over. Okay.
Yes. Might I
Oh,
say, that was smooth, operator.
Ordis
You're
is
through.
kind of a freak
Land at
bomb.
the checkpoint.
Land to the checkpoint.
This checkpoint is the central hub of the security matrix.
Yippee!
Shut it down so Ordis can
Be
fly
right
you
back.
in
I gotta wait till I
undetected.
get to the car. Goodbye. I will see you so soon.
They're coming for you. Don't let
They're
them abort the
coming for
shutdown.
me. Sheesh. Look, my dog's beating them up. Yippee! I must say, this game is a lot more fun in multiplayer mode. I know quite a few of the quests you have to do by yourself. I think it should not be like that. I think they should let you play with your friends the whole time. Holly's phone when the charge hits. Ew! Yo. What are you watching? Like, what channels are you watching that have the sussiest little tomato emotes I've ever seen in my whole life? That's so cooked. Oh, man, I need more energy for real.
Ordis no longer detects any security.
Goodness.
Good. But we can't
Good.
take any chances. Silence the remaining Grenier.
Okay. I love silencing people. It's so awesome. Yippee!
You are in the clear. Keep moving.
Aye aye.
Are you seeing this?
It must be the Queen's fortress.
So like,
Are those Fomorian engines mounted on an asteroid? No wonder we've never been able to find it. It's
so
always
that's
moving.
me, right? It says Exton and Prox X, and that's me.
To analyze the intel you gathered before our next meeting.
Am I Caliban?
Negative. I'm heading in for a closer look.
Does anyone in my chat know like the Warframe lore?
I recommend attention to reach out.
Those emails belong to the first VTuber I watched. Oh. Restrict mission access.
Fine,
don't
I'll
think
head
that's-
back to the orbiter.
I
But
don't
the
think
base
that's
won't be
right.
here for long.
I know where I'm going. Oh,
Another job well
it's
executed.
hi. I will. Thank you so much for the raid. How you doing, fella? Oh my
Alright,
goodness.
if
Hi,
you must
Candace.
enter the
Hi,
Queen's
everyone.
fortress, you'll need
My
to
name,
hurry.
my name
It
is
could disappear at
Frost.
any moment.
I'm a fox girl. We're playing Warframe foe today. What were you playing? Were you playing Marvel Rivals? Hold on, I don't think I don't think I have a mod in chat. Oops. Laurel. Wow, you were playing Rivals. Oh yeah. Rivals Community Day. Oh, I've never heard of Community Day. Do you feel communitized? Did you bond with the community? Did you have a good time? Yeah. Oh, you went community mode. Oh, yo! Did you slay? I hope you won every single one of your games. It's so awesome. Strict mission access. Yo, I'm kind of scared of commitment. I don't know what this means. Almost, yeah. That's so lovely. That's so lovely. Chat, you guys should all follow Walt. He's a little squirrel fella, and he's really good at Marvel Rivals. I only what? I only lactated a little. Okay, so why were you lactating on Twitch.tv? What does that mean, fella? I is that regular? Is this expected behavior? Eyebrow emoji.
Massively fortified. The Queens
Eyebrow
have to be here.
emoji.
I'm going to infiltrate the base.
Oh shoot. I don't think I can fight that. Oh.
Lotus,
Car?
are you
Well,
receiving me?
you don't have to be sorry. I'm more of asking in a concerned way. In a like as a friend. I think maybe you should see a doctor. Who up lactating? One of my many modes. Whoa. I must have missed that one. Well, this music's kind of swanky. It's kind of awesome. Got a charger for real, for real? Oh my goodness, you're saved. You're saved. Is your phone plugged in? Are we getting the juice? Okay, hold on. Big door. Oh. I don't think I was supposed to go down there. Oh, maybe not. What firm are you using? I'm using Caliban. This is Caliban Prime. Pretty cool, huh? I'm a big Caliban enjoyer. I like little summons. I like little minions to fight for me. It's my favorite. Oh shoot, maybe I am supposed to be down here. Oh, man, this game really is just get lost simulator. Ugh. How's it going? Hi, Yanfei, welcome in. It's going pretty good, I think. Maybe if I was a bit more directionally adept, it would be going slightly better. Oh, open door. Oh, she knows this Caliban and nothing else. Yo! Nuh-uh. I know Caliban and Caliban Prime. But that's two legally distinct Warframes, probably. If I had to guess. Grendel? I love when people play Grendel because I like the noises he makes. He goes, rah! I'm the same with Wisp. Ah, see? We're all one tricks. Isn't that nice? Isn't that lovely? I only play ball suck, man. Yo. That's kind of awesome. I'm kind of happy for you. What was the same with Tatiana? Or sorry, Titania. I put some extra letters in there for real. Yeah, every time I see you play, you are a little fairy. Well, I'm just saying. All this propaganda, like spreading out and trying lots of different things. I don't think it's real. I think you're supposed to pick your favorite and never play anything else. Chilling in 1999, doing nothing. Glad you're being more productive than me. 1999? I don't even know what that is. But thank you. I'm trying to be productive. I want a fish tank for my Norgs real bad. Oh my god, don't look at that.
We fought with honor.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Queen. We did fight with honor. Oops. Don't look at that either. Honestly, just like don't watch the stream. Just have the tab open. Don't watch. Fosty's doing her best. Decent with Patea, baby Tenno? I guess so. I feel like a baby in this game, but like I guess I do have 90 hours, which doesn't sound very baby. But yeah, I don't really know what's going on. We know that's what you think. Yo! Why are you calling me out like this? Why are you calling me out like this? Wait, hold on. Access the elevator. I need a key. Need a key for that elevator. Okay, well... maybe it'd be a little nicer if I didn't get blown up. My main goal is to blow up. And act like I don't know nobody. I play Semigoth, Ariel, and Caliban too, though. I mean, that's more than me. I had some of the, like, relic Gamba things for Sevagoth Prime, but I was just so not interested in playing any other Warframes that I I just gave them away. It's like, man, and you take it. You take it. I'm happy with my Caliban. What is this? Amber. Oh, that's not even what I was needing. Need someone else to join in the fun. Feel free to invite me. I'm always down to help peeps. That's so sweet of you. You can add me if you want. My my Warframe name is exactly the same as my Twitch name. Okay. We need one more, maybe? Up there? Perhaps? Maybe, perhaps? What's a growling? Mayhaps? Mayhaps indeed. Guess it's under. Warframe no Azu feels weird. Yeah, playing Warframe solo is kind of an experience. It's a lot more humbling, I will say. I feel a lot less strong without someone like giving me my energy back all the time. Oh, it's red. I thought that was... What am I supposed to do? Irma. Irma. Oops. Yippee!
We're so glad you came.
Oh, thanks.
Lotus? If you can hear me, something's tampering with the transference stream. I'm going to locate the source.
I played solo to Titania and wanted to cry because energy drains so fast. Oh. Yeah, I kind of feel that. I haven't changed my mods in a while. I think that's what they're called. But I'm pretty sure like most of the mods I have are like so that I don't run out of energy as fast because I'm ability pilled. But it still does. I don't know. I don't know. I do this little steppy move a lot. I love I love doing steppies and then I guess I overdo it and run out. Sent a friend request. Yippee! Thank you. I felt the same with Wiz till I got some shards. Some shards. Man, I don't even know what shards are. I'm cooked. I'm washed. I'm a fake. I'm a fake Tenno. Yo, I love that person's voice. They sound like a little spider. I want a gift from a spider. Oh. Hello? Good morning.
I know this place.
So I guess she's using Caliban as like a mecha? A remote mecha?
You shouldn't have come here. You have ruined us both.
Huh. His head looks like a button. I wanna bonk him on the head and see what happens. Oh. Oh. Things are happening. I don't know how to do Archon shard stuff. I don't either.
You're with them?
I have come to use command my queens.
Huh?
And this is your offering? My sister needs the orphan child.
Why does he look like that?
Child? For what purpose?
To eat it, of course.
Do not question your lord's session.
They want to eat
Bring
me?
me the orphan. Bring me my Yuvan.
What? Game audio is a bit choppy. Oh.
How rude.
Man, that's been happening lately. It should fix
It's
itself.
not their fault, worm.
It should fix itself in a few seconds.
And Daddy weren't around long enough to teach them any
I
manners.
thought that was just me. I'm sorry.
We will have to.
I have been told that every stream it just does that and it'll fix itself. You're tasty. No, but I put glitter makeup on her. Look at her.
Mortis? What is this?
Transference surge operator.
And
You're losing
surely-
your Warframe connection.
Surely that glitter doesn't taste good. It's all okay now? Oh, good.
You have some idea that you're invincible, don't you? Nestled away in that mad Cephalon's crib.
Yo.
But you belong to me now.
Huh?
For you see, child, we conceived of these ugly
Why does she want
metal
me?
cysts.
Operator, cut the link.
I can't.
Give you your
I should have been
precious
just me,
gifts.
not them.
And now, just
Wait,
as
for
easily,
what?
we take them all away.
Cut the link.
You want to be eaten by those little guys? Oh, ouchie. That seems kind of not optimal. That seems kind of not good. I just wanted a fish tank. Ooh, do you guys like the outfit that I gave her? I made it pink. I made it pinkish purple. No, the audio. No. Aw, that's sweet. You wanted to take one for the team. Oh,
Great job, Ordis. Ship Cephalon?
that's
More
kind
like
of
ship Sailbot.
sussy
When the operator needed
audio.
you most,
Ordis,
you...
enough.
Operator?
Er,
My stars! Don't
I'll
do
eat you,
that to me.
Durchy.
I
Aw,
am
that's so
sorry.
sweet of
I do not know
you.
what happened. Please,
Ow.
command me to self-destruct.
I'm
Let
sure
me start
Durchy
it for
tastes
you.
good.
Commencing self-destruct in 5, 4, 3,
Stop.
2...
Oh,
I would simmer Durchy
What?
in some soy sauce.
what's with the music?
Isn't it great? I can lead you through some breathing exercises.
Turn it off. Get the transference power back on, okay? I lost my Warframe.
I've been trying.
My
You may need to
Warframe!
do your,
No! My Caliban
demo
Prime!
thing
I
again.
worked so hard for
Re-energize
them!
it. You know, with your
Ah,
void stuff.
hell nah. It's so over! Yo. Check me out. Pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew. Loved ones can cannibalize me when I'm gone to gain my strength. Yo. Wait, that's so sweet. I kind of like that. I guess loved ones can cannibalize me when I'm gone, but I don't plan to ever be gone. I kind of plan on living to be like thousands of years old. But I guess if I ever kick the bucket, loved ones can cannibalize me. They won't gain my strength. They'll just gain my like riz. my my charisma. My swag.
I can't.
Huh.
It's gone.
What? Gone? Are you sure? How will you command the Warframes if you're...
Conditions satisfied. Engaging purge
Huh?
reset.
Purge.
I'm
Purge
getting
what?
purged. I thought I was
Ordis,
getting
what the
eaten.
hell?
You no longer possess transference. You no longer command the Warframes. You no longer are the operator. You must be purged.
Why
from
does it
this
sound like
vessel.
I'm on hold? Your call is important to
Non-operator, I'm
us.
sorry
Please
to
stay on the
inconvenience you,
line.
but I'm going to decompress the ship now. Former operator, Ordis cannot keep missing like this. Get out of here before I...
Purge you. You
What
are
is
not the
going
operator.
on?
You will be purged. Exterminate.
Why is
Exterminate the
Ordis's voice
non-operator.
all funky? Why is my ship ugly? Shows Fox remains in the USB port so we can all gain Fox Riz. Thank you. That's what I would have wanted.
Ex-operator,
Foster's is
if
too
you get
powerful?
to the
I
navigation
don't
console,
think she
I
does
may
it.
be able to detach the
You.
landing craft
It is quite
before
powerful, isn't it?
Before I kill you.
Oh. I'm gonna go to space? I thought we'd been in space like the whole time. Oh, I didn't realize there's a timer. That's my bad. Can I can I try again? Purge Fox. Finally! Yo! What do you mean finally? Churchy. Oh, okay. I guess you get to hear the sussy breathing again. Seems the operator got sent to space. I thought I was the operator.
Great job, Ordis. Ship Cephalon? More like ship Failbot. When the operator needed you most,
Ordis,
you...
enough.
Operator? My stars! Don't do that to me! I am sorry. I do not know what happened.
Sorry.
Please, command me to self-destruct. Let me start it for you.
Why is
Commencing
Ordis
self-destruct in
Canadian?
5, 4, 3,
Stop.
2...
What?
Gojo breathing.
What's with the music?
Isn't it great? I can lead you through some breathing exercises.
Turn it off.
Listen, it's different
Get
when
the
you're like
transference
not
power
expecting
back on, okay?
it.
I lost my Warframe.
I've been
If you're
trying. You
googling
may need to
Gojo
do
breathing
your,
10 hours, like you know what to
Tenno
expect.
thing again.
But if I just got
Re-energize
hit
it.
with it
You
while
know,
I'm
with your
randomly playing
void stuff.
Warframe, surely that's a bit more jarring, right?
I can't. It's gone.
What?
Gojo
Gone?
breathing 10
Are you
hours. Oh
sure?
my god, I didn't
How
know
will
you were
you
still
command the
here.
Warframes if you're...
Conditions
Yeah.
satisfied. Engaging purge preset.
See, it used to just be Gojo breathing for 1 hour, like a
Purge?
1 hour loop.
Purge what?
But then they
What
released
what
the
the hell?
10-hour one.
You no longer possess
So now we're living
transference.
large.
You no longer command the Warframes. You no longer are the operator. You must be purged from this vessel.
Get me out of here. And they say I'm strange.
Non-operator.
What?
I'm sorry
Hey!
to inconvenience you.
You
but
are
I'm going to decompress the
strange.
ship now.
You are strange.
Operator.
I've seen you
Ordis
play
cannot
date
keep
everything.
missing like this. Get
I've
out
seen your
of here before
strangeness.
I...
Purge you. You are not the
Oh,
operator.
I only have like
You
1
will be
minute.
purged.
How am I supposed to do all this in 1
Exterminate the
minute?
non-operator.
I mean, I think it's over for me. Oh, I didn't know there's... Okay. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. How do I cut? Better about following you? Man. Thanks. I couldn't fall asleep while listening for 1 hour. Oh, Haha. Yeah. Is your orbiter pink? Yeah. After the Iron Mouse color palette came out, I colored like everything. Like pink. I think it's cutesy. Am I cooked in the head, or is that like kind of... I don't know. I feel like she sounds sus. But maybe that's just on me. Ooh, it's nice and snowy. Man, I wish I got snow like this in real life. You're not cooked. Oh. Yikes. I really? I don't know. I think we're all thinking it, and I'm just the one brave enough to say it. Like, there's no way you guys aren't thinking the same thing as me. This looks like Skyrim. I stick to black and red. Can view my colors once you view my profile. Oh my goodness. Profile check. Oh. That sucks. I didn't realize you were in the story. I am. I gotta progress the story to get a fish tank. Oh, please don't blow off the cliff. I think you're playing too much of that Genshin shit. You're still wall climbing. Yo. I know you're talking about Lisa. I didn't really play Lisa. She's pretty, but her fighting style was not my favorite. Man. I like that fella. You like Lisa? She is so cool. Chat. Chat. Don't listen to Wool. He's even more cooked than I am. I failed too many times on that snowbridge part and I hate it. Really? That makes me feel like I'm doing a pretty good job then if you fell a lot. Does anyone remember the name of the big mountain in the middle of Skyrim? I forgot what it's called. That's what this reminds me of. I miss Skyrim. I wish it was real. Steve! Yeah, Steve. Through to the world. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, dragon on top. Gonna give you a bit of a warning. No spoilers at all, but the new word takes quite a while. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. Girl, don't touch that. That's yucky. 4.5 hours!
What happened to you?
They gave up.
Guys, I want a fish tank.
You betrayed me. You infested piece of.
Yes.
She
do it.
breathes a lot. I don't know. Get him! Get him! Get him!
As I thought. The hard way, then.
So, the great Teshin is just a dog, fetching the queen's stick wherever she throws it.
Dog.
I warned you.
Yo, that's cool.
Now you're trapped inside this place with the queens burrowing in.
I like this guy's
Now I am forced
style.
to undo
I
what
don't love
Margulis
his
did,
hat,
to open
but
the gates and make you suffer.
I like the rest of his armor. They added fish tanks? I might have to come back, chat. Oh my goodness, you should. Yeah, I don't know. My friend was showing off his fish tank, and I was like, yo, I'm gonna get that. And I looked it up, and you have to do a lot of the main quests, unfortunately. And I'm not much of a quester. I'm more of a mess around kind of fella. But I'm
Margulis
locking
lied
in
to
for the
you.
fish
A
tank.
lie of omission.
She
She did
fish,
not
she
cure
tank,
the
she can't
Zariman
fish
children.
tank. Yeah.
She erased them. My only hope is that truth
It's
still
true.
lingers
Drink
inside
or
you,
else. Oh my god,
buried
sorry,
within your
drinking.
mind. The power and the misery of the void.
The new word takes 3 to 6 hours. Oh man. Make him say glurp. We're gonna make him say glurp. Don't even worry. She's kind of walking
The Iron
unhurriedly.
sculptures are perpetually in motion.
Best fish in a
Monuments
tank are
of
found on
Horican
Fortuna.
continuity, immortality.
I
But
believe
this one is
you.
halted and
I'm a
aging,
big
needing you,
fan of
as
Norgs.
the queens do.
I'm a Norg enjoyer, and I
Will you
want
give in
a
to
tank
them?
full of
Or
Norgs.
will you face the coil?
I don't think I want to face the coil. Shiny. Man, it's gonna take me 10 hours to do a quest that takes 4 to 6 hours. You don't drink the moment I redeem it. I will smite you with the full power of the sun. Man, I don't even like the sun that much. I'm drinking. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the hydrate, Neon. Glorp. Man, I love Glorp. You have so many Glorp emotes. That's so cute. Okay, maybe that's not the right nail. I'm doubling it. Double it and give it to a friend. This has to be the right way because there's like stairs. No? Norg are rare on plains of Eidolon, I think. I know where the Norgs are. I think you're right. They definitely are rare because you have to get like the trusted rank from doing all those bounties. And I grinded that so hard so that I could buy Norg bait. I got a lot of Norks, but I got nowhere to put them. Maybe save the newer for a stream of its own? Is newer not what I'm doing right now? I mean, I don't mind doing it. I just want to make progress for Fishtank. Attack the hanging spikes. The sparkly stuffs. She got so no take. Yo! Why are you clowning on me right now? Oh. You're not wrong, but you didn't have to say it. Nork check. How many Norks do you all have? Imagine keeping Norks instead of selling them for plat. Listen. I don't know how to do that. The only way I know how to like get Norks for plat is to go into like a busy area and just say, does anybody want Norgs? You're doing the war within? That's fine for me. That's fine for me. As long as we're progressing. You know, like you need to find a hotspot at nighttime there and around during daytime, I'm pretty sure. I know. Don't worry. You're kind of preaching to the choir right now.
Mother takes your hand and says there's been an accident.
Oh, thanks for taking my hands.
But don't worry, Angel, you're safe with me. Her eyes
With
are
me?
unfocused.
She's lying.
Oh my god! Her leg is impaled! Ugh. Yuck. No, you're not supposed to pull out stuff when you're impaled! No! No, that's really bad. They say you're supposed to leave it until you can treat it.
Golden maw.
Oh man.
Why does it have to be ravenous?
They're flapping around on ship. No, they're in my pocket. Can I see them? Oh, I guess I can't look at my inventory from here. The distress they're in my pocket somewhere. I have good news for you if you want to hear. I love good news. Oh. Okay. I guess I was not supposed to step on that. It's just a scratch. Yucky. Yuck. I hated this part. There's one part that I really hated. Okay, so I guess I'm avoiding the little mole trail. Oh, maybe not. But there's like this stealth mission that you had like sneak around, and that took me like hours. Always found the Synethid to be the coolest fish for the tank. Ooh, I don't think I've caught a Synethid before. I just really like Norgs. No dumpy, just pockets full of Norgs. Yo! Why would you say that about me? Why? That's kind of messed up. I'm sorry not all of us are as caked up as you, Jarchi. Try crouch walking? Oh. Okay, so I can't outrun it. And it seems like I can't. Okay. It seems really sensitive. Can I like go to... I guess it can't get me if I'm on the rocks. Maybe if I wait for it to pass a like island top. Oh, okay, maybe not. It's a curse turned into a blessing. Man, aren't you cool? Let's get to the platforms ahead. Maybe I can walk around on this wall. Is this a platform? Or is it just the center ones? Oh, okay, maybe not. That's a really cool looking enemy though. It looks like gilded gold. Oh, I didn't even realize I wasn't switching. Okay, well I guess that would be a lot easier, huh? You can get the fish tank before the new war after this main quest? Really? This is so poggers. Allows it. uh, that's such a sweet offer. Why? Why would I poke you? I think I'd rather like ruffle your hair, give you a little pat on the head. I'm respectful. Okay. Wait, this is not so bad. I just was not running. Ah ha ha. Almost there. Almost there. Norgs, here we come. I hope I'll get to fish today as well. I hope by the time I get the tank, it's like the night cycle.
The queen burrows into your
So
mind just
Joy's
as the
being
creature
eaten, it
worms beneath
seems.
your feet.
Yeah, what
With
can I
each
say? I
step,
like the way that the
you will
worm
discover
looks.
what Margulis
You
took from
caught
you.
me.
With each step,
A girl I used to like poked my
awaits
butt
you.
all the time. Was it mutual? Uh, wait, is there no more worm? Oh, it is. It's just all the way up there. It's kind of fun. This seems like the type of game I'd play like as an elementary school, like little kiddo. Like you put pillows and blankets on the floor. And you like jump around. I guess that's just the floor is lava. But I feel like lava is not as fun as a big old golden worm. Can't wait day for another hour. Well, maybe this will take an hour, and then it'll be perfect Norg fishing conditions. How... Can I... Okay, I can jump. I guess I assumed... Man. I'd like to get a closer look at the worm. But I'd also like to get through this. Dude, I have a big dumpy. Man, I feel like you can't ask other people that. You gotta feel that in your heart. Know thyself, Holly. Oh, that worm thingy. Listen, I really like snakes. I'm a big snake enjoyer. And I don't know, it kind of just looks like a big, awesome snake with some gold mandibles. Kind of hogging out. If people talk about your dumpy all the time, then yes. That's so bizarre to me. I don't know. I don't know. Even if you like notice that someone was looking particularly voluptuous, I personally don't think I would bring it up at all. Like maybe one respectful compliment. No! Pretty pink fox ladies. Oh my goodness. Pretty silver skeleton flower lady. Awooga. Wowie, I like snakes too. Yo! I love Wawa. This is so awesome. Yeah. Listen, I'm not saying I wouldn't look. I would look, but I don't think I would talk about it. At least not often. I don't know. Okay. I'm sorry you gotta go through that, Charge. Oh, who's meowing? No! Man. It's fine. It's fine. At least we get to look at the snake thingy. Whee! Wait, I can climb? That's kind of fun. A lot of bones. How do you guys feel about bones? Climbing unlocked. How's she doing that with the impale thigh injury? Oh, man! It's fine. I want one of those for my orbiter. Bam, 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 bam. Get me out of here. Guys, this is not taking 6 hours. I'm sorry. This is like at least at least 30. Wait, I did it? Goodbye, little worm. I'll miss you.
I can't even remember her face.
Whose? Oh. Hello?
Your past has weathered Margulis's manipulation.
Okay.
It lurks here. Your only hope of surviving the queens.
Sounds good to me.
Destroy this barrier and go deeper into your past.
Sounds great, Teshin.
It's only gonna take 7 hours, yeah. I'm saying I think it's gonna take that, like, take that number and then double it. Because I'm cooked in the head. This is the War Within. The new War is a future quest? Oh. Wait, so does this one not take 7 hours? What the?
The air was acrid and still.
The biomes have been sabotaged.
This is like when you're walking through the sewer and you get like a faint scent of something that you smelled when you were like 7 years old. And you get a crazy flashback.
Out into the starless black.
Something's out there, kiddo. Watching us.
Kiddo. Waffle! Yeah, we're playing Warframe! Yippee!
Something's out there, kiddo.
Heading out to help a new player have fun. Thank you! Good luck, good luck, good luck. Good luck, good luck, good luck. This is... Oh, it like teleports her. Oh, it takes energy. I should not have spammed that. Gimbal all.
The whole ship went insane.
I'm sorry for your loss. I'm sorry for your lost carrot. She keeps hitting that pose.
Between two worlds. The world we know. Of blood and steel.
Blood
And
and
the
steel.
world that watches in dreams. The void.
More worms.
Charge across the fold as you once did.
Oh my goodness, Waffle, thank you so much for the 7-stream streak. Oh, excuse me. Somebody obliterate 8-ball, please. Oh. Man, I would if I could. Ugh. Ugh. Gonna be needing that teleport for this 14-hour speed run. 13-hour speed run. hell nah. It's so over for us.
Incredible. And I was kicking myself for not bringing a rope.
Is she healed? I guess she's healed. Okay. Let's get out of here. I think. Oh. Yo, look at it! It's so cute! Balls deep, all or nothing every time, baby. You know, that's pretty respectable. I can get behind that. Oh, hello! Sukida? Welcome in. Oh. More breathing. She loves doing that.
I smell smoke.
Okay.
Fires rage on the lower decks. Blood shimmers in the fitful light. Hunting parties roam the ship.
Is my Caliban okay?
Singing and laughter and play. For all the children have come together. Their minds somehow unbent. You wipe away your tears, thinking.
This is my family now.
Huh? Sukida nuts? I don't think the nuts really works. That doesn't really sound like D's at all. Garrett invited me. Surprised that I'm here. Aww. Wait, look at you. Look at you pulling through.
They
Do you think
tore
you'd be
her
here in
apart.
5 minutes? Pretend that typo didn't happen. You know what? I didn't even realize it was a typo, so you're all good.
The queen is nearly through. She knows what
Wait, this
you
is
did,
so
giving her
awesome.
resolve. Now,
It's so
you
awesome.
must
I love
master the fold.
I love when two
Walk
chatters
upon
know
its
each other
edge,
and like
concealing your
unexpectedly
movement
run
within
into
the
each other.
shadows you create.
Shadows I create. Another Teshin metaphor, right?
Oh my god, get me out of here. I wish I understood the plot a teeny bit more. Yippee! Yay! Thank you so much for the follow. Oh, my rock is melting. Okay. A lot of worms around here. Can you give Suki 7 links to different streamers on See? Thanks for the 5 on each one. Are you in 7 chats right now? That's some dedication for real. Yippee! Oh, you spell yippee with an I-E.
Can hear them.
Aw, hell nah, we're beefing.
Grown-ups are
This
howling
is a
at the
EE
door,
household.
drowning mad in the void ocean, but you are at ease, swimming within the depths.
Okay, we are
You
with...
remember then how the howling stopped.
We have amnesia, maybe. Oh, Oh, look at this. Look at this scale. I'm someone who would say I held out hope, but I kind of like the aesthetic of the black better. Did this change anything? Yippee! I'm only in 2 chats, but I have about 7 people live right now. You're part of the Yippee gang. We can make a truce. I guess we can. Yippee and Yippee shaking hands. Oh, where? I don't know. I think Yippee with IE looks like pie. Yippie! I don't even remember what the question was. I'll say I held out hope.
I held out hope we'd be rescued. So I avoided the bloodshed.
I want her to be nice and hopeful and happy.
I held out hope.
Oh, hello? This is freaky. Oh. Are we chill? Okay.
Your repressed power has returned.
Oh my god!
With your tenor
Hello,
amplifying
big
them.
worm.
You've outgrown the cradle. Now your
I do have to
transference
focus
is
on
innate.
working, so be a lurky
Control
lurker.
these
Yo,
orphan
thank you
beasts
so much for
and
the work.
escape this
That's so
prison.
sweet
Control
of you.
them. Like a warframe?
That's so sweet of you. I appreciate you. Imagine, Carrot. Well, I feel like you're always working. Oh my god. Didn't embrace the dark side there. Yeah, maybe that would have been more interesting. I like the aesthetic of the dark side, but I don't know. I want this little fella to be happy. I want her to be hopeful and happy and succeed. She's like my child, right? True, but I don't know, man. Listen, you don't have to explain yourself. You're married to the grind, and that's okay. Is Void Sling to stun the Golden Maw? Is this Void Sling? I'm not really sure. But the other one, it told me how to do it. This one, they're just hoping for the best. That did like 3 damage! What the hell? Don't feed your child to the Mega Snake then, yo! Don't call me out like that. What if I like the Mega Snake? Oh, sorry. Coming back to say it's wild to hear that someone thinks you're working 24/7 with the way you present yourself in other chats. But I will hold my tongue. Oh, is there some Carrot Chomp lore that I don't know about? I don't know. Every time I see Carrot, they're like, oh man, I hope you have a great stream, but I gotta go work. I gotta go work. I have $6. Is this working? Wait, Sling is the one where you have to jump through the snake. Jump through the snake while crouching. Is this Void Sling? Oh my god. Look at him. Oh, okay, bye. Is this where I'm supposed to go? Oh, excuse me. Oh, that didn't work. Scram, you little bugger. Wait. You can't tell the other chatters to scram. I need them here. Wait, target the sun mod with 5 to activate transference. 5. Okay, come back. 5. 5 isn't doing anything. Come here. Come here. Come here. Meow. 5. Yeah! Oh my god. Wait, this is the best day of my life. Oh my god. Yo, look at its like little mandibles. I love this thing. You guys ever play League of Legends? Are you guys familiar with Galio? The only reason I started playing League of Legends is because of the character Galio. He's like a marble titan with like gold accents. And he's huge and he's really cool. And that's kind of what this reminds me of. Like the same aesthetic. There's no such thing as carrot lore. Are you NPC? Wiener of Exodia unlocked. Wiener. Yo, don't call this thing a wiener. It looks awesome. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Here comes the smite. Alright, I'm waiting for it. I was yapping. No, and I hope to never play League. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. It can be kind of difficult And people can be kind of mean about it, but is this the way I came from? I think it is. I think I gotta go this way. But I think some of the character designs are really good. And I don't know. I'm a sucker for like mechs and like really big creatures. Big, powerful creatures really get me excited. But this is quite exciting for me. Oh. Wait, no! I wanted to keep it. Man. What a pretty fella. Okay. Well, that was fun.
Know this, Tenno, that I am a Dax. A
Dax.
soldier of a lost era.
Okay.
The last of my kind. By Orican hands, we Dax were given great power, great strength, but an even greater weakness.
Mm-hmm.
To obey their command,
Oh, that
to never
sucks.
defy the Kuva, the scepter, the symbols of their dominion. No
Aw.
Dax can ever raise steel against an Orican.
Wait, that
Only
kinda
you
sucks
can
bad.
do that.
They, like, invented... Ah! Classism. The synthetic fish have the same kind of organ style as the snakes? You know, mechanical fish fellas, hence why I enjoy them in my tank. Yeah, I didn't know they were, like, mechanic little fish fellas. That's so awesome. That's so awesome. Has he scrammed? Am I safe? I don't know. I think he said he was gonna lurk. Ah! I think he's working, maybe, perhaps. One can only hope that he's getting that bag. Manifesting that everybody is very prosperous and getting all their respective bags. Yippee!
A Uvan theater, long abandoned.
This feels like
In
a
ages
completely
past,
different game
I
than
would have stood
Warframe.
guard as the young and exotic were paraded through the mountain pass and marched
Young and
by the
exotic.
fleeing pain. They'd barter here, the Oregon,
What the hell?
withering and coughing as they prepared for their continuity.
She doesn't want me dead.
No, the Queen doesn't want to kill you.
Oh, I thought she wanted to
She
eat
wants to
me.
become you. To burrow through your
Yo!
mind, corrupting it with despair until only she remains.
That's kind of real. I don't know. If I had that ability, I also I also would like to burrow in somebody's mind and corrupt them until only I remained. It's kind of swag. Let me in there. So pretty. Gasp. Ooh.
No crew aboard, only the children. Only
The
the
children.
parasital monsters they had become. The endless void, the gazing abyss, the bottomless ocean of horror.
Huh?
Coiled itself around your tender heart.
Ocean of horror. Are there like multiple endings? Like if you answer more white or more black, does it change your little guy? I don't know. I want my little guy to be hopeful. She does not want horrors. Oh my goodness. Wait, this is like Baldur's Gate in a way. Yo, my Caliban!
In 5, 4, 3,
Yo!
2, 1.
I want them back. Oh. Oh! Plopped into a bathtub. Sheesh. Oh. Oh. This is so cinematic.
Operator, is that you? Your brain activity flatlined for a moment there.
Hey, how did she get
Can you
into the
speak?
chair?
My stars, the operator's mind is destroyed.
Hi, stars.
I'm fine. Just don't play any music.
Oh.
I need to think.
Wait,
Music? Operator, you are not making sense.
I
The
like
transference
music.
surge must have affected you as well. Try to rest while I begin repairs. This is odd.
Rest.
The circuits are dead, but I'm detecting transference energy. Coming from you?
Oh, thank you, Carrot. Transference energy. What's all those little mecha fish with screens as
Amazing.
faces?
How are you doing
Fish
this?
with little smiley
It is slightly
faces.
terrifying,
Look kind of dope too. Sheesh. I'm only really familiar with the earth fishes.
Operator, my sensors have gone dark. Where are you?
I don't know.
Oh, there you are. Impressive. Very useful. Otis is a little afraid right now. Operator, you breached the hull. Please restrain yourself.
Hehe, the war within.
Have you lost your
My
mind?
little guy's gonna win the war
No.
within. Look at
But
her.
I've lost my Warframe.
She's
And Teshin.
so strong.
What if the queens know that he helped me escape? I have to go back.
So me to say after the
Impossible.
interaction a bit
Just
ago.
as you thought,
But I
the
do.
base has moved again.
Sorry.
We don't know where it is.
I wonder if we'll stream while I'm
There's
gone.
no way back.
Aw, thanks,
My
Carrot.
Warframe.
Good luck with
It's
your
still
work.
there.
I hope
Haven't you been
it's
listening?
nice and easy
The
for you.
transference system is fried.
I don't need it anymore.
Oh my god, wait. Wait, she's slaying.
Operator, where are you going?
She's slaying.
Don't leave.
She said, I don't need it anymore. And then flashbang doored it. Almost all the fish on Fortuna are mecha instead of organic.
What did you
That's
do,
so
Dex?
awesome. I love
What
mecha.
did you do?
Oh,
How
hello.
did a child reject the continuity?
Forgive me, my queens.
We hold the scepter. We command you. We are.
Aw. Poor Dax. Yo! That's my fella! I had to come back to make sure Suki didn't hear that.
Sister, the
Wait,
dreamers come for
this
us.
is cinema.
Tenno, no. After everything
This is so
you've
cinema.
endured to escape, why did you come back?
I came back for you.
Stupid child. You don't give up, do
Aw.
you? But coming here in the flesh? That was a big mistake. Gods,
I do not like her
kill
hair
this Warframe
tendrils.
and bring me my new skin.
Okay, so I guess... Like, where is her body? Like, I understand Caliban is like a
Guardians
puppet.
protect the braids. The
For
braids
her.
protect the queen.
Like, where'd she go just now? She's good.
Remember the mountain. Remember your new strength.
Man, I want to use my abilities. Or something. Is this just a melee situation? Ouch.
It's time
Ouch.
to show the queens what they have awoken within you.
Can I not shoot neither? Doing 0
10-0.
damage.
This is one fight. Your Warframe cannot win.
Oh, my Warframe. Oh, press 5? Press 5 on... Huh?
They are protected by the Kuva in their weapons. Find a way to disarm them.
Oh dear. Disarm them. Oh, can I stun them?
They're vulnerable. Attack.
Oh. Oh, I get it. Wait, how do I... Okay.
The red braids shield her.
The red braids
Destroy them.
shield her.
Shut up, you insolent ducks!
These braids are ugly. Hi, Red Prime. How's it going? Happy Saturday. Wait. Not doing a very good job here. Can I... Can I do that?
Red braids shield her. Destroy them.
Shut up, you
Am I
insolent
doing this wrong?
ducks!
Blade sling. Do I blade sling on the braids? Is that doing anything? I don't...
The red braids
Yo,
shield her.
stop yapping!
Shut
Destroy them.
up, you insolent ducks!
Oh, you just click. I see.
Gods! Kill this Tenno!
He tried with the laser finger in. I don't want to talk about it. Listen. Listen, it's hard out here. I can't sling. Oh, I guess I don't need to. Oh. She's dead for real. A lot of little guys. My operator keeps kicking the bucket for real. Okay. Oh, need more energy.
Long enough have I lived in these ugly Grenier bodies!
I'm still a little...
Flesh!
Ew.
I deserve new flesh!
Ew.
Yours. Gods, kill this Warframe and bring me my new skin!
What a concerning thing to say. I think I'm still a little confused on like what a Grenier versus like an Orican is. You're doing just fine. Oh, thank you. I'm doing something. Oh. If you go back into Caliban, does it reset your energy maybe? Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay. Okay, things are happening. Man, she's so ugly. I would want a new body too if I was her. Is that mean to say? I don't know. I don't know, but I do not like her braid situation.
My mind Oregon blood, I command you, Dax, to kill this Tenno!
Grineer,
No,
Corpus, and Orkin
I
are
cannot.
species in the Warframe
You
universe.
must, by your oath eternal.
What am I?
That child I met on
Am
the
I a
mountain
human?
will surely die here.
Orkin
That
are
child
basically the
is
former
gone.
leader class of humanity. Grineer are just clones bred
I
for
can show
war.
you no mercy. Show me
Like, I
none
thought the
in return.
Dax were bred for war. I thought that's what this thing was.
Yes. From the moment I began training you, I have anticipated this moment.
Wait, is he gonna
you
die?
must not stop. Defeat me.
Wait, that's so sad. I don't really want to defeat him. He seems like maybe he's a homie. Oh,
You are a child.
poor little guy.
No longer.
We are Oregon. We created you. We are your golden lords. Come out, little demon.
Without her scepter, she is powerless. Break her shields, and use your dash to steal it.
You'll
Break
pay
his
for that.
shields. Oops. Where where are her shields? The Dax are like the bodyguard of the Orkin. They were genetically designed that they can't disobey the Orkin. Just like you can't disobey the queens.
Yourself, you little coward.
Wait, this is just like Detroit Become Human. Yo. Shield.
I see now how you cast me out. Simple, really. There's no room for me in that wicked, swarming head of yours.
That's kind of real. Can I do something with you?
Is this how you hunted the Zerman crew? Is
Oh.
this how you murdered your parents?
Wait, I murdered my
Without
parents?
her scepter, she is
Wait,
powerless.
I didn't know that.
Break her shields, and use your dash to steal it.
You'll pay for that.
Break her shields. Maybe I just have to wait for her to run out of energy and then dash over her scepter. Get it. I'm so tired. Aww. I hope you get some good rest. I hope you're home or home
You
soon.
little coward.
I think she overreacted a little bit. But this lady? Yeah. I don't know. For someone who just wants a new body, she is kind of doing a lot of work.
I see now how you cast me out. Simple, really. There's no room for me in that wicked, swarming head of yours.
Is this a shield? Where my little shields at?
Is this how you hunted the Zerman crew? Is this how you murdered your parents?
Without her scepter, she is
I
powerless.
understand what you're
Break her
saying.
shields, and use your dash to steal it.
Your words are making
pay
sense,
for
but I don't
it.
know how to execute. Ah, hell nah. I'm tired of this, Grandpa. 10 are human children that got messed up by the void. But thanks to that, the void exposure they can control. Tenno bodies, aka transference.
Show
The Tenno bodies.
yourself, you little coward!
What about the Warframes? Mods execute. Man, I don't even got a mod in chat. No one to execute for me.
I see now how you
Notice the
cast
red
me
light
out.
shining down
Simple
on her and
Ruby.
protecting
There's
her.
no room for me in that wicked,
I
swarming
do
head
see
of
it,
yours.
but like I see a little bit of like a lighter spot on it, but it's not looking like I can interact with it.
Is this how you hunted the Zerman crew? This is how
Yeah.
you murdered your parents.
Without her scepter, she is powerless. Break her shields, and use your dash to steal it.
You'll pay for that.
Why are the voices so much louder than the game? It sounds like a voiceover. I don't know. I don't know. There's not a thing for voices. It's cinematic, she. It's cinematic. They execute she. Those are the funsies. Well, why are you asking me? If you're not acting as a mod, then I guess you can do whatever you want. Dialogue volume 100. What? Oh. Ha ha. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. I see. Hello, Cinna. I feel terrible, so I go bed. Oh, good night, Papa. Thank you for the lurk. I hope you feel better soon. Guys, I'm not cut out for this. Hi, Tara. Welcome in. Also, hi, Tubby. Thank you for the big time rush.
I see now how you cast me out.
I love big time
Simple,
rush.
really.
I'm
There's no room
struggling.
for me in that wicked,
And then mud
swarming head of
me
yours.
so I can execute him again. No. Must have been the wind. Listen, what you do outside of my stream, who you execute, that's your business.
Is this how you hunted the Zerman crew? This is how you murdered
Hi, she.
your parents.
Without her scepter, she is powerless. Break her shields, and use
What am
your
I
dash
doing
to
wrong?
steal it.
Where my little Warframers at? Where my little Tennos at? Can somebody please tell me what shield I'm supposed to be breaking? I'm gonna explode. I would bite you if I could. That's kind of real. Scarlet Sweethearts raid. Yo! Thank you so. Oh my god. Yippee! Thank you for the follow. Silly Clown Luna. What a good name. Hi, Raiders. Hi, Sweetheart Raiders. My name is Fast. I'm playing Warframe. It's going, medium good. It's going medium good, but, I can't figure this part out.
There's no room
Sweetheart
for me in
Raid,
that
hope you're having a
wicked,
nice stream and day.
swarming head of
Thank
yours.
you. I am. I hope you are too. Hi, Scarlet. Hi, Reed Blower. Hi, Silly Clown. Oh my goodness. It's so nice to see you all. Make sure you take good care of yourself after your raid, okay?
Is this
My
how
name
you
is Luna.
hunted the
Thank you for
Zerman
liking
crew?
my silly clown name.
This is how
I
you
love silly
murdered
clowns. I love silly clowns.
parents.
Wait, hold on. No, like you might have done with this snake. Look at her, the red light she shines before she attacks you. Only you had something you could stun her with. But I've been like dashing on her. I
Without
did
her
that.
scepter,
Check this
she
shit
is
out.
powerless.
Check this shit
Break her
out.
shields
It's not
and
working.
use your dash to steal it.
I'm cooked. I'm cooked and I'm gonna explode. I miss the worm. Can I be honest? She's nothing like the worm. But she's not stunning. Man. Thank you so much. You're so sweet and lovely. No. You're so sweet and lovely. I just work here.
You little coward!
Circles in this room. She, man, I don't know. Too long, I think. Do I have to press 5 on her? It won't let me press 5.
I see now how you cast me out. Simple, really. There's no room for me in that wicked.
Maybe wait until the glowing red
swarming head
dot
of
about
yours.
her, above her, is gone once she attacked. Okay, I can wait for the glowing dot to be gone. I mean, her aim's pretty good, huh?
Is this how you hunted the Zerman
Did
crew?
you break all the
Is
wires?
this how you murdered your
Are the
parents?
wires breakable?
Without her scepter, she is powerless. Break
I
her
don't think I
shields
can.
and use your dash to
I think I can do
steal
that.
it.
Oh, Dildy, thank you so much for shouting out, sweethearts. It slipped my mind. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But you were playing you and me and her a love story. Yo, wait, wait. How was your stream? That sounds really cutesy. Have you tried winning? No. No, I haven't done that yet. Oh, thank you for the hydrate and stretch.
Self, yourself, you little coward!
It's over for me. Too EP to function right now. Aw. Good night, Waffle.
I see.
Here, let me tuck you in. I'm so tired of hearing this fella yapping. I'd rather listen to AITI Reddit Minecraft parkour for 3 hours. Untuck, yo! Why would you do that?
Hunted the Zerman
Wait in your little crouch stance until she shot her attack and jump Lady Smoky Lugs.
parents.
Okay,
Without her scepter, she is powerless.
so I wait until
Break her shields
she attacks.
and use
Oh, I
your
need
dash
energy.
to steal it.
You'll pay for that.
What? Does she... What? Is it like while she's shooting? I remember you have to break something to get rid of her shield. And then you can steal the staff. I'm cooked.
Yourself, you little coward!
She does sound like she's been chain smoking for 30 years. It was pretty fun and it's pretty cutesy. But it's also not quite what it seems as well, so it's very fascinating. Yo! I like little, like visual novel love story stuff.
I see now.
I think those are always really cute.
Simple, really. There's no room for me
Amazing.
in that
They call me
wicked,
Theodora
swarming
Thief?
head of yours.
Well, shoot, I don't think they're calling me that. Gotta do it at the right timing. Okay. I feel like she doesn't shoot when I'm like that.
How you hunted
Right?
the Zerman crew?
Cause she can't see me.
This is how you
Ouch.
murdered.
Run sideways around her, turn evade attack, and pounce on her.
Without her scepter, she...
Okay, well, I guess that one instruction was all I needed.
What are
Thank you.
waiting for, Dax?
Ew. Wait, is her body a worm? Wait, that's kind of awesome. Wait, she's a worm. The worm.
A chance to kill you.
You guys ever see that episode of Adventure Time?
I finally have
The
it.
worm. I age more than her.
Shall I? Tennant?
Right. Yo, that's so real. Let her rot.
No, let her rot. That will be her sentence.
I think there's something a little bit more cruel about not killing someone in some cases. I want her to suffer because that took forever. We're my enemy.
The worm has rallied the troops.
Yeah,
Get
I
to
sure
your ship.
would.
I'll divert
I
them.
love I love
Go.
We're my enemies. This hag is annoying me with all that yeah.
I've been trying to get through.
Yeah, that's
Are you
kind of real.
all right?
What is
Your
that booty on her though?
transference is different, stronger.
Man, I wish
We have neutralized the queen.
I could look at her again to know what you're talking about.
Teshin helped me.
And she probably
heading to
doesn't
extraction
move
now.
around a lot.
The
She's
queens,
probably not
they
working
cut
her
me off.
glutes too much.
I should have been there for you. I'll signal orders to pick you up right away.
I don't know if this is an unpopular opinion, but I don't like Lotus very much. Thank you so much for the follow, Tenchi. Asakura. Wait, if you're Tenchi, and that little Dax is named Tenchi, then who's driving the bus? Oh my goodness. Man, I don't want to see any of these people. I want to be Caliban again. Me? Okay, do you have your driver's license? Or are we just like raw dogging this bus? Can I be? Wait! Yo! Okay, I can be Caliban. This is so poggers. Oh, I missed them. Oops. I miss them so much. My little meow meow. Look at them. Aren't they so cool? Ooh. Okay. Give me the extraction. Get me out of this level. No! Oh. That's okay.
Thank the stars
You can
you're
still
safe,
drive.
Operator.
You can still
forbid
drive
you
the
to leave
bus.
the orbiter like that again. It's just too much for an old cephalon like me.
Oh, that wasn't excellent. Remember how to use transference? Well done. Oh. Sorry. I keep complaining and then figuring it out by the time you give your answer. Oh. Yeah. That is not the sword I was using. Okay, I'll take it, I guess. Oh, speedy.
You
Yay!
rescued your Warframe. What a relief.
What a relief.
But Ordis wonders, are you still able to walk the ship as yourself?
Ooh. Oh.
Impressive. Just think of the possibilities. You can help me clean up that infested door.
Oh. I like cleaning, I guess.
A mother wants to shield her child from the evils of the world.
Ew.
Margulis didn't lie to you. She protected you.
But isn't it better I know the truth?
Am I actually her
Wouldn't you want to
child?
know? Teshin said...
Teshin thinks he knows better. Maybe he does. Maybe you needed to know to survive the queens. But you are changed now.
That's what you have to say? That I'm changed?
What you did, You didn't have a choice.
I think we got
Tenno,
mommy
you were only
issues.
just a
Don't.
Better to figure it out on your
Don't
own.
do that.
Right? Anyway, how did you get your hands on
Don't make excuses for me.
What's
There's
this?
someone in
An
the chat
old war
earlier
beacon?
called
How exciting,
Waffle.
operator. You would want to
I'm
investigate
just
this.
a waffle.
Oh, I'm
And
sorry. Did I interrupt?
they they gifted me a lot of Caliban stuff. Or like a lot of relics. And a lot of my friends that play this game gifted me relics cuz I don't know. I really I really like Caliban. And so I got gifted the goods. I got gifted the goods. Hero frame. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the Vine Boom, Hero. And thank you so much for following, Phoenix. That's so sweet of you. That's so sweet of you. I heard something about mommy issues. What's good? Oh. Welcome back, Carrot. I'm glad your ears perked up from mommy issues. That's kind of real. Hero frame. Oh my goodness. I love Hero frame. I love Hero I think I'm in a quest that's single player, but after I get out of this, we can Hero frame if you'd like. If you'd like. My ears prick at the wildest shit. Yo, why am I back here? I thought I left. No, girl, get back in Caliban! I don't want to be on my own. Yo, what the hell? Help, Tommy is bullying me. Tommy! Why are you bullying she? That's not very kind of you. Say you're sorry. I have 3 sleeper agent phrases and you found one of them? Oh, interesting. Do I want to know what the other 2 are? Or is it like better not to know? You have a nice sharp stick now though. Wait, I stole her swag. That's cool. Can I use it? I guess it's just drip. One of them is easy peasy to get. You know their name? Their name? Huh? Chloe. You have to find them? Sleeper agents don't know their trigger words, silly. They don't. I'm not super familiar with the concept of sleeper agents, but didn't Bucky in like the Marvel Cinematic Universe, didn't he know his words? It was like Freight Train. I don't remember. I don't remember any of the others, but I think one of them was Freight Train. I thought he like knew about him. Is that real? Did I make that up? You're here like an hour ago? Is Wawa your sleeper agent phrase? That's so goofy. Otherwise I just say it and wake up, right? Does it make you wake up? I guess I'm not familiar with ball. Oh, this is pretty. I'm pretty sure I've seen an IKEA lamp that looks like this. That you can like pull out and push together. Wow! Get this woman a prize? I love prizes. I love prizes. What's my prize? Can I go in that? Oh, okay, maybe not. Pokemon Wawa and Mommy? That is an interesting assortment you got there. I must say. I straight. Oh my goodness, thank you. What a good prize. Never mind, guys. I don't know spy lore. Oh, it's okay. I don't know spy lore either. The only sleeper agent I've... Hey! Thank you. The only sleeper agent thing I know is Bucky Barnes. Haven't seen any others. Here is 1,000,000 beers. Man, I don't even like beers. I think beer tastes like not good. I don't know. Like people say it's like bread water, but it doesn't taste like bread at all. I love bread. And that just tastes like I don't know. Sewage.
You don't know what to do with it.
Tell me.
Some believe
Looks like a
the Kuva
mushroom.
within is the blood of Orokin ancestors, an elixir of power, of immortality. Others believe it to be a poison, a corrupting oil that brings madness and evil.
What do you believe?
I
Are we
believe
about
them
to
both.
kiss right now?
But for you, Tenno, perhaps this Kuva is just a symbol that what you choose to do will define you more than anything.
Holy mug! No way he finished talking and then walked away. 1,000,000,000,000 beers. Oh. I don't know what to do with them. I don't want them. Russians make a sort of soda from old bread? I think it's called kvass. That does not sound very nice. I will say, while they were yapping, I was looking at this bulbous thing, and I was thinking, like, what would it feel like to put this in your mouth? So I feel like consume is maybe my gut reaction answer. But I really don't want anything to do with that worm lady. She was kinda ugly. I don't really want to consume. I don't want to be an ugly little fella. Maybe we just break it. Drink it, Cinna. I don't I don't like it. Oh, it's full of liquid.
You mad at me?
Uh,
Did you forget? You owe me.
What voice is that? Oh.
The world weighs more heavily on you now.
Oh.
Try not to lose yourself, Tenno.
She's slaying. I think I did such a good making this character. A good job making this character. She's so cute. Dang. You could have superpower? Yeah, but if it, like, hurts you... Like, I got these white flames. Whatever that means. Whatever that means. I don't know. Like, I'm sure the old hagworm had
Operator, Ordis has been
superpower.
thinking.
But
Now that you are here in the
it's not the
flesh,
kind of
we
power
should
I
make the
want. I
orbiter more
just want
comfortable.
Caliban.
Ordis has identified an old
Very
storage
pink.
space you could use.
Mine's a light and
Stand by
snow
while I
themed.
Torch this
Snow
junk.
themed? That sounds so
dispose of my
nice.
old belongings.
That's so
Out with the old and in
nice.
with the new, right, operator? Construct this domestic habitation segment to extend life support to your new room.
New room. Sheesh. Oh, I don't have an argon crystal. Shoot. Thought I had 1,000,000,000 of those. On an icy mountaintop, a child, cold and scared, met an old man, the prisoner of a poison oath. For the child, a frozen death would have been a peaceful end. Instead, they fought on and found a fire within themselves, a way to light the path ahead. The old man was a traitor. He deserved death, but the child was wise and merciful and freed him from his burden. With that, the child left the cradle behind, and they became more than a Tenno. They became themselves. Tenno, if you can find a way to forgive this old man's deception, to trust him again, then he will forever be in your—
Operator,
Shut!
Ortis is sorry. Happy to report that all my good jokes are gone.
Girl. Then he will forever be in your service. Teshin Dax. Oh. Wow. I like this shade of purple. Cute. Yummy. I returned from the grave. That is my bed. Waffle, you went to sleep for like 20 minutes. That was not enough sleep. Go back to bed. Shit. The thing he just gave you for the room is for the room that you can build the aquarium side of. Give me that. Give me that. I forgot how to get an argon crystal. Tell us when you want to grind the Deimos bounties. Is that for fishing? See, whenever I fish, I go here. I don't know what this thumbnail is. I don't know who that is. I usually go here to fish. And I only did those bounties so that I could fish. I don't know what other reason there is to grind bounties. Can I look at my inventory? Where's my fish at? Oh yeah, check it out. I got some Norgs. Not as many Norgs as I would like, but you know, a decent amount. And this is a pretty cool looking fish too. I need some prettier ones. I'm interested in the mech fish. Where are the mech fish at? Get argon crystals on the void tile sets.
A new quest is available in your codex.
Void tile sets. What's a tile set? Okay, friends. Oh. May never accepted my friend request. Sigh. Yummy! Yummy! Let me look at your stuff. Wow. Very, Stranger Things coded, I would say. Wow. Wow. Lurk food? Have good food. Although, I think eating if you're trying to sleep will probably keep you up longer, right? I can trade you some mech fish to show you where to get them. It's that other open world place called Fortuna on the planet Venus. Oh my goodness. Wait, I think I know where that is. Oh, maybe I don't. Oh. Tee-hee. Get me in there. Oh, I gotta get argon crystals as well. I wanna build my fish tank immediately. Maybe maybe I should do that first. Cold in 1 minute. Cold? Is it not a day-night cycle? It's a cold cycle? Who would have thought?
Used to be. You had
Remember to set your
home,
lobby
you came
into
to me.
invite only?
Now I just so.
Eyes open and face to the wind, friend.
I think it's on friend only. I don't care if friends join. I don't really care. I don't think a lot of people are online anyway. Look at everyone. Offline. 126 days. 133 days. 132 days. Oh, cooked. Cooked as hell. What, Argon Crystal? I can help you with that? Yeah. I mean, I need to farm it anyway. Ugh. I don't care if people... I don't care if people help or not. How do I get this mini map? Okay.
She looks
After
peaceful
I
out there,
fuck...
but she'll turn.
I love
Prepare for that
That's
inevitability.
so nice. Oh. Oh, I'm cooked. Okay, well, I think I have the fishing rod. Um... Can't get bait.
Maybe later then.
Yeah, maybe later.
Making friends can be a simple thing.
Oh,
Be
do I
kind.
have these already?
Fortuna's rig jockeys are in constant need of
Wait,
parts
these
and
are kind of...
repair,
I
and many
like
can't
this one
afford
a
it.
lot.
Share some of your catch. They'll remember.
B? This isn't like Earth at all.
Simple, stripped-back design. A bit primitive, but handsomely made.
Here, do you want all this? Will this let me get bait?
When did I last see one of these?
Oh, this one's
The Oracle
200?
deployed
I'm
automated
keeping
cleaning as
that.
much as we do.
Okay,
Their
here you go.
designs influencing the... I'll find those who need the parts
Those are mega
and have them
fish.
seen to.
But the
It is a
primitive
fine thing you
ones.
do.
Oh. Primitive mega fish, huh?
Till next time.
Wait, was that even for bounties? Or was I just trading that for, like, brains?
Quick geology lesson. Thermal fractures are what you get when you...
Oh, I'm not very close, am I? Ugh. Wow. If anyone wants to do bounties, if anyone is a Warframe player and would maybe like to do bounties, you can join me if you want. Smirk emoji. This one gives the most. Levels 40 to 60? What level am I?
Keep your boots tight.
Keep your boots
Copy that.
tight.
Keep a shiny side up, Sparky.
Am I level 6? Wait, we look so cool! Does this just like show my answers from the War Within? Can I see what everyone else did? Yippee! Wow, pretty. I like the wings. I like the wings quite a lot. This is Gojo build. 50-50. So we got one white, one 50-50. Ours is 50-50. Oh. I've never seen people's like operators before. Hero is white. Oh wait, that's so cool. Sheesh. I think the best way to increase Fortuna bounty is to go mining. Is that real? Mining. I didn't know mining increased your bounty rank. Gilham got that conquistador drip, damn. Conquistador. Oops. What does that mean? Oh, like the Caliban skin? Is that what it's called? Okay, wait, sorry. Let me go here. Look at those abs. familiar with ball. I'll just wait here. I have the Caliban Conquistador, whatever, like skin, but I don't know. It's really cute, but I just like the way that Prime looks slightly better. I like that you can see into his head.
And then they went quiet. Find out what you can, and
Wait, what's
if you have
Erm?
to, finish the agent's mission. I've got a lead. Listen up. Sparky, hold up. Our agent
I'm so
support unit
tall.
activated their emergency beacon. They went looking for her. I told them not to.
Hold on.
Find them.
Hello. Hello, nice to meet you. Ah! Yo! I'm cooked. I'm cooked. I gotta end stream.
Oh, no.
That's
I
embarrassing
knew
as
some
hell.
of these people. Search the bodies. Find any
Search
survivors.
the bodies. So you licked the screen when abs was mentioned. I did not lick the screen. I just said. Big difference, buddy. Escape area. Rank up, yippee!
Damaged. There's something in the buffer. We need to get it decoded before the device fails. Accessing buffer. Analyzing. Accessing buffer. Analyzing. Password. Hello. Buffer.
Never
Final transmission.
done this one before. Oh,
Transmissions.
checking,
Password.
right?
Buffer. Accessing final
Listen,
transmissions.
I'm not gonna yuck your
Record
yum.
Final transmissions.
If
Running.
you lick the screen when
Taking
you
a
see
quick
abs,
look
that's
around. Itinerary,
that's
patrol log,
you
coordinates,
can
reports,
speak
blah,
your
blah, blah.
truth.
Oh no. They were jumped by a corpus patrol.
Theodore Dick
willing to bet
dies
they
on
were taking
stretched
here.
aspect ratio
This
for
is the
1
place.
hour?
Find them.
What does that even mean? Stretched aspect ratio. Ah, radio. Is that the wolf game that you were streaming, Tommy? That's a bit suspicious. His game is wide? Why is his game wide?
Here
What
come
does
the
this
Dutchmen.
mean? Acquire 3 data keys? Uh-oh, Foss knows about Wolfmate. Yeah, Tommy raided into me after playing Wolfmate. It was kind of cooked. Kind of a self-report if I've ever seen one. I'm so sorry, Phoenix. I'm not really sure what exactly I'm supposed to be doing. Because his PC is bad? Well, surely you can change the resolution of your game, even with a bad PC. No? I don't know how to get in there. It seems like you know what you're doing. He did that? That's why it's stretched. Tommy, what is going on over there? I'm a little concerned for you.
My
Oh,
mission must go on.
near roads.
Listen up.
It's awesome. I love my
Resource
little
crates are
near
gonna be
roads.
teleported to a holding site. Our agents stashed stolen corpus files inside one. Check every last crate.
Check every last crate. Okay. Sounds good.
Gathering site for corpus resources. Now's the time to hit it. So hit it. Shipments arrived. Grab them.
Grab 'em. Okay, grabbing. How
I've got more
I
coming
don't
in.
know how to
Pick it
grab
up.
it. Did I get it?
Case retrieved.
Yummy! I don't really know how to pick it up. Maybe I just stand next to it until it comes with me.
Another shipment.
I did it
Move
for the
fast.
content, and I'm not a degen. Listen, you can do something for content and still be a little bit of a degen, I think. Those are not mutually exclusive conditions. She does not believe you. Case captured. This is kind of an interesting bounty.
Obelisk reports a second beam load.
I like it a
Don't let
lot
the
more
taxman
than
lay a hand on any of it.
the Earth bounty that's like
one for us.
capture the little mushroom guy.
Feel like you were leaving near the light fittings.
All right. This info
An
is
Arkan
golden.
cell.
Here's what we're gonna do.
Yippee. Okay.
I've managed to isolate a drone from the other patrol routes. Bring it down and let's see what it can tell us.
Oh my goodness. Things are
Corpse
happening.
drone right there.
Things are
Take
ranking
it
up.
down and I can start the hack.
My goodness.
Starting a remote hack. Once I'm done, it should teleport
Tommy,
into the
you're
waiting
so
arms of one of our
cooked.
people, far from here.
You're so cooked. It's so over for you.
Here come the taxmen. Keep him off the drone.
Mushroom
till
guy,
I'm
you
finished
mean
with it.
Noko? No. There's like a bounty on Earth that's like capture the ship or something, and the ship looks like a little floating mushroom, and you gotta find it and then like make sure it stays safe. What is with your freaky cat emote? Is that how you feel about Noko? Isn't Noko just like a mushroom? I didn't know that would warrant such a strong response. The drone, yeah. Man, eat your pho. Meow. Don't bully the cat, please. Am I bullying the cat? I'm
Nice
sorry,
cool
I didn't
falling
mean to
back.
bully a
Follow
cat.
on if you're feeling it.
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm killing people, I guess.
Its data mass is undamaged.
I
The visual
misclicked.
log
I
won't
see
load,
the smiley
but
face
now,
emote.
this is interesting. Right, listen up.
Interesting. Just kidding.
Hit the
Oh,
mowers. The less he leaves standing, the less resistance to our next move.
I'm
Do it
sorry. I wish I had a cat in this game. I got 2 dogs though. Let's do this.
quick. Once they clock what you're doing, they'll
Mm,
react. Then
I
it's
can't
all
really
diminishing
see
return.
what that is. Is it shaking a can? I don't have a can to shake. I don't particularly want anything to explode. Yippee! Click on it? My Twitch is a little funky. When I click on it, it doesn't make it bigger. It just says failed to load module. It's a cute emote though.
Looking good.
Very
Charge
cutesy.
the same amount again.
Oh, sorry. Poor Phoenix, I'm so not locked in. Yo, Amelia's so pretty. Yo. Little guy. Classic Twitch. Yeah, that's so real. It's so over. Complete with 4 minutes remaining. Corpus Moa. Okay. Yum, yum. On Firefox, any stream I open says failed to load module on the top of the stream. Yeah, I'm also a Firefox user, and I know what you're talking about. It didn't used to be like that. A few months ago, it was so normal. I don't know what changed, but now it's a bit cooked. They hate us.
You're a mean little thing when you wanna be.
Ew! Why
know where
did
you
she
need to go.
say that? You're a mean little thing when you want to be.
This is what I know. Our agent hid her field
Done?
notes in a
One
data
more
vault deep in
stage?
the heart of Nest facility.
Yeah.
Get in there
Well,
and
you're
retrieve
doing
those
so
notes before
good.
they're destroyed.
You're kind of eating this up. Thank goodness.
You're
Is
nearing
this
the
the new
secure
Fortnite
area.
season?
Watch out for patrols and security measures. The enemy will destroy the data if
Yes.
they detect you.
Yeah, this is the battle pass. Looks pretty cool,
That's not
huh?
the good noise. Pull that data now, Sparky, or it's
Oh.
gone.
Yo, I think I triggered an alarm. Splinkus, how is your weekend going? Are you having a nice Saturday?
Weapon shipments.
Grilled cheese is
Group
down.
movements,
My
security
grilled
targets.
cheese.
So this is what Neff is up to.
Wait, did
Our
we
agent,
fail this
She
bounty?
paid dearly for this info, but it's
Did
to
I
save
mess this
people's
up?
lives.
Pick up data mass.
Green, slot that data mass into the base terminal and I'll get to work.
Okay, I'm slotting it. I'm slotting it.
Well,
Oh
that
boy.
takes the nest.
This
Taxman
kind of
away.
look like the
I'll do it
battle
while I finish
pass. Is it? It is hashtag epic. I'm about to game with my darling babe. Are you gonna play Fortnite together? Smirk emoji. Pretty awesome. I'm defending. I'm defending so hard right now. We're doing it. We're doing it, Shirley. Done? Is it done? It says we have 2 minutes left. Did she just say sweat emoji? I said smirk emoji. Like a little one of those. This? No, I would call that the hot face emoji probably. You can go back to Fortuna. Bonus quest basically. Oh.
Hack nearly complete. Ish.
Wait, so I don't have to stand here for a minute? Okay. Yeah, Tommy's got it. Smirk. Wait, I got one too. Look at this. That's what I'm channeling when I say that. Yeah, pretty cool. Where am I going? Oh my god! Don't look at that. That's crazy. How do I go back? Is this going back to Fortuna? I don't know. I couldn't say. Oh, I think so. Holy cinema. Oh, I guess this is not where I thought it was. I thought it was closer. Maybe I need a wing thing. Yeah, the launch point.
Camp is live. I got more work for you, and we can drop in whatever you need.
What is that? Riven Sliver. How do I go back to Fortuna? Wish I could continue subbing, but I have like $0.05 in my account. It's okay. You just being here is good enough for me. I just appreciate your company. You don't ever gotta subscribe. Oh. Okay, I don't know where I was going before. Maybe I was trying to follow the quest marker that was like for the bonus quest. I didn't know. I didn't know. Can I have it's crazy. Can I have a nickel? Yo. Got so much random stuff. This is awesome. That bounty gave you tags that you can exchange for standing? Oh.
Quick geology lesson. Thermal fractures are what you get when you pump too much coolant. Copy that.
Okay,
Keep a
that's
shiny side up,
nice.
Sparky.
This
What? Don't recognize me? It's Thursby! Look what
This
Biz and
bee
Yuko
looks
put together.
rusty.
Top shelf parts. Not just that, Biz gave me enough spare stock to start my own shop. Legs, pets,
Wow.
and parts. That's my new name, Legs. Don't call me Thursby no more. I've got a new body,
Oh.
new store, new hook, new name. Come back anytime, and Legs will build you a mower just for you.
I think I like Thursby better than Legs. Name-wise. Configure.
I ain't part of what you might call a legitimized supply chain, but bring in your own gear, heads, engines, payloads.
What
and I'll
is
put together a little
this?
buddy for you, quick, smart, no questions asked.
You can make a robot puppy? I guess?
New items daily.
Hmm.
Or as
I
often
guess
as
I
the
thought
weeks
this would
go
be
on.
for the tags. Tag exchanges on my waypoint. Don't even worry, I'm figuring. Yummy! The stuff we got so far should be enough for some bait either way. I can still trade you some other rare fish though. Legs lets you build a pet. Build a pet! That's so cute! That's awesome.
Stardust, you ain't it. So listen.
I don't think the issue is that I don't have enough of the points for bait. It's that I don't have like the ranking high enough
You buy some
for the
poor
bait.
jockey's debt, and they sidestep brain shelving.
Ah.
Every sinner's a winner. Now, I'd appreciate
He's a
you
yapper,
keeping
huh?
this little old conversation to yourself. And when I ask you for help, you look me in my baby blues and say yes.
What? Is this Riz?
Something you want to talk about?
Standing is at maximum for the syndicate. Oh.
Check.
Wait, am I chilling? Do I
Quick
have enough?
geology lesson. Thermal fractures are
Well,
what
I
you get.
guess I do
Alright.
have enough.
Let me know when you're available.
Then let me trade you a few fish for the start. Oh, thank you. That's so sweet of you.
Sure, we can talk.
Here you go. Wake up.
Alright, let's deal.
Whoa. It's a lot of things. Entice and attract nearby vermic? Lifelike animal calls? Yeah, that sounds awesome.
Does that conclude our business here, Sparky?
Unfollowed, unsubbed, blocked, restraining order. It do be like that, huh? It do be like that. Maybe you can buy the bait now?
Moving on. Be lucky.
Bait.
She looks peaceful out there.
Give me
But she'll
that.
come. Prepare for that inevitability.
Oh. Requires rapscallion. Requires doer. Requires cove. Ugh.
Maybe later then.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of work. I'll get the cool mech fish eventually. But it seems like this is another Norg situation where you gotta grind bounties with your homie every single day, and then eventually, maybe, hopefully, you'll be able to get the bait for a Norg. But then once you get to that point, then it's so awesome. I love Norg fishing. Let me trade you one then. I think that's level 4 or so. That's so nice of you. You don't have to do that. But, you know, I guess if you have an extra one. This water's so pretty. Yay. Get me out of here. Yay.
It's that time again.
What is this? Did the day reset? Does the day reset at 7 p.m.? Solves metal used in microelectronics and energy weapons. Credits are Arkansas. I'll take a cell. Yeah,
You have new quests in your codex.
I have way too much fish. Yo, you can trade that for rank up stuff. Or for plat. Some people are willing to trade fish on the black market for plat. That's how I have 33. I think. Maybe. I don't know. All I remember is one time being like, yo, does anyone want my Norgs for plat? And someone gave me like 12 plat for a bunch of fish. And I think that's beautiful. Whoa. This is pretty. Your area looks so good. There's pink trees here. Nice. Oh my goodness. Oh, usually when people trade me items, I trade them fish as a thank you. But if you're giving me fish, maybe maybe you don't want fish in return. Do you want do you want any of this? Hang on, I need to find the smiley screen fish. Forgot the name. Don't even worry. No need to give me anything. Oh, but I don't want to just take from you. Do you want a sculpture? do you like sculptures? Source of endo. Alright. Here you go. Oh yeah. Very cool, huh? Why do I keep yawning? I got plenty of sleep last night. I don't know why I'm feeling sleepy. Maybe it's because I did a lot of things today. Yo! Monitors environmental fluctuations. to be found in the cave pools on Venus. That's so pretty. What a good one. Yippee! Looks good to me. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yippee! Why Calvin looks over like that? Can't find it, but at least I found the rare fish. Thank you. I love rare fish. Don't worry. One day I'll find the little screen monitor fish. This one's perfect. Ah, it's really pink in here. Your clan must be really pink. Pink enjoyers. Amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yippee! Off I go with my fish.
A new quest is available in your codex.
A new quest. I'm gonna try and show you the other ones. I think that will do. That sounds good to me. I like fish. I like fish. Claim all. Cannot claim. Not enough space in inventory. Oh. I didn't know there was limited inventory. It's a later problem. I picked the build the bigger room. Damn. Look for that later. Yippee! Yippee, yippee, yippee. Turn on Spotify. This game's too quiet. This sound really leaves something to be desired, I think. Although it's cool in the cinematic scenes.
Stand by while I analyze the intelligence profiles of the Grenier.
Oh.
Error, not a number. Did the operator enjoy this witticism?
Why is Ortis so corny? What the hell? Yippee! Whee! Goodness. I'm on MTV Cribs. Wow! Ortis is on schizo mode. That's kind of awesome. It definitely matches your aesthetic. Very like fallen angel vibes. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. It's so cute. Oh, I like it. Happy little fellas. Oh, you have so many. Tab?
Look at you, strutting. Right. We'll exchange places soon enough.
I don't know if I like your creepy fella. What? Wow. Sweet crib you got here. Oh, look at them. Cute. You can fit another big aquarium in the place where the planet is? Oh, that's so nice. I like the planet thing you have going, though. It's quite pleasant. Can I sit on your couch? Oh, I guess I'm sitting in front of your couch. Good enough. Oh, you got a little, dancing fella. That's so cute. Wow. I give your crib an A ranking. Thank you for inviting me. That's other fish. Once you caught them, you can throw them into the aquariums as you like. Oh, man, I can't wait for aquariums. Oh my goodness. Yippee! Thank you so much for the follow. How do you say your name? Do you say it like Wise? Wise X? Oh, creature. Creature with big ears, my beloved. Yippee! Yippee yippee! Off I go.
A new quest is available in your codex.
I can't help but notice Tommy's still eating his pho. So over. Okay, I gotta figure out how to make the thing. Okay. Weapon slots. Can I just like throw away weapons that are maxed out? Can I throw this away? Oh, I didn't mean to swap to it. I think I was on this one. Is it cooked? Yo, that's cool.
Orders reminds the operator to take time for
I like the
themselves.
big sword though.
Pressure creates diamonds, yes.
Need an
but it
argon
also
crystal, I
creates
think.
rubble.
I think so too, but is this where I build it? It's 12 plat for 2 weapon slots. That's crazy. You can sell them. You can get them out of here. Where's the throwaway button? Okay, sorry, I'm not locked in. Room. This game kinda hard. Only sell weapons you already maxed out in level? That's what I was thinking about doing. Like if I sell the maxed out ones, then I can get some more level 0 ones and rank them up. But I don't know where to do that. Maybe I do it from my inventory instead of the arsenal. Maybe, perhaps. Oh. I see. Those are maxed. Yippee! Get this out of here. Oh my god. We got 2 achievements for that. Hello, Hero Ham! Oh my goodness, welcome back. It's so good to see you. Your frame looks confused as I have left the chip. Oh my god, sorry. Well, I did the War Within quest, and I noticed that my profile had the little this thing. So I was checking to see what other people's were, and you got chosen. We had to show you off. Check this out. Check this out. She needs an argon crystal now for the dormitory segment. Yeah. Hero hum. Hero hum. I'm so close. I'm so close to the fish tank. But I need a crystal. Did I build it here? I swear it gave me like a blueprint for it. So I thought it would be here. I thought it would be here. Would you like some assistance? I would love some assistance. Your Phoenix, is it okay if you join me instead of me joining you? So that Hero Hum can play too? I guess when I get the Argon Crystal, it will probably show up in a buildable. Could like sort by build. Yeah, buildable. Don't know why I can't find it. I assume I have to like build the fish tanks as well. It's cooked. No? Like it just comes like loaded in with the fish tanks? Yo! Thank you so much for the 14th month sub! And for the lurk, you're so sweet. You're so sweet. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Are you still streaming? Invite me, please. Oh, sorry. I thought it was on friends could join. My bad. My bad. Okay. Yippee! Oh man, look at us. Wait, I'm not sure how to get an argon crystal. Where are they at? Are they just in any of the levels, maybe, perhaps? Gotta go to the void tile set. The void tile set, all the way to the left. Oh, I haven't done much here. I swear I've got argon crystals. Not here. Go to the void and drop us in exterminate mode. Well, this is the only node I have. Is this? Will this have it? Mobile defense it is. Oh. Guys, I swear I've got... I swear I've got them before. Maybe we'll get really lucky. Oh my goodness, drip check. Yo, you guys are dripped out for real. Lazy! That's kind of real.
This is a mobile defense mission.
Listen, I wasn't working towards the void. I was like working towards Uranus, like that side, that area.
I can't do this without you.
My Warframe is the hand, and I am the will.
Location reached. Drop me in and defend our position.
Oh my goodness, dropping you in, Queen.
I'm in, Tenno.
I'm in,
This
Tenno.
will take a moment.
Oh, I've done this before. Maybe I was in somebody else's world doing this. I don't know why this isn't cleared. I guess I am kind of lazy. The 90 hours I spent playing this game was not doing the map stuff. It was just fishing and goofing around.
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
Found one! Get it! Yo! Oh, I see.
Stay
Oh,
focused.
wow, we're so
There's
lucky.
a heavy unit approaching.
Did I get it? Yo! Wait, this is so awesome. That was so easy. That was so easy. Goal complete. Objective complete. Oh, that's you. I was like, why is this guy not dying?
We are finished here. Move on. I need access to a terminal. Find one and patch me in.
Patch me in. Man, she's so bossy. She's so bossy.
Terminal spotted. Upload me and prepare to defend.
Man, you guys are
I'm in, Tenno.
speedy, huh?
This will take a moment.
Oh, yeah. A whole minute. Oh, hi, Carrot. Welcome back. Is your work going well? Bam, 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 bam.
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
It's Anne. Oh. Is it boring? Like is it pretty slow? Oh, sorry. I tabbed out for a second and then tabbed back into an
Stay
explosion.
focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Heavy unit approaching.
Terminal hacked. Keep moving.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm so sorry. Well, I hope it. I don't know.
Here is a terminal.
I personally
Get
kind
me
of
in
enjoy
and
when
get
work
ready
is
to
a little
defend.
boring. But then you can just like do whatever.
I'm in, Tenno.
But I
This
guess
will
it goes
take
a
a
bit
moment.
longer when it's like that. I hope it becomes like a moderate. Like challenging enough to keep you stimulated, but not too hard. I hope you reach like a flow state. Man, they're getting shredded.
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
Nothing can really keep me stimulating, so I'm blasting between tabs and windows right now. Blasting is a crazy word. Yeah, I'm blasting between windows. Sheesh.
The odds were against us, Tenno, but we did it.
Oh.
Mission complete.
Wait, I got another one. And there's another one over there. I guess I thought they were a bit more rare.
Move and strike. We have to win this.
We have to win this. Oh wait, is there another one? It went away, so I assumed it. I got it. Maybe it's all over here. Yippee! Oh yeah, thanks team. So sweet of you. I might just GTS and finish TS later. What is GTS? Why are you dancing on me? I'm getting mocked on. Man, nobody really gives handshakes anymore, huh? Hero, don't leave me hanging. Okay, well. Okay. Okay. I extend my hand and you little motorcycle. I'm leaving.
Another job well executed.
Where's Asta? You only got 3 of them. This is so swag. It's so swag. I was trying to take. No way you were trying to handshake and you hopped on your bike. Go to sleep? Are you not with the slang unk? Oh, I guess I'm not. I've never heard anyone say GTS for go to sleep. Yippee! That is so awesome. Wait, can I... Maybe it wouldn't be in the foundry. I don't know. I don't know what else it would be. Yo! Oh, it's here. Give me
We're in that
that.
domestic habitation segment.
Get married, why don't we?
Oh,
If
it only
complete,
takes an
Ordis will renovate your
hour.
new space.
I thought it
Ordis
would take
loves
multiple
nesting.
days. Fish tank time! It's so awesome. Archon crystals aren't that rare, by the way. Oh. I thought they were a little harder to get. Fast is 90 years old confirmed. That's true. I just turned 92 last year. I'll be 93 this year. They just suck because they decay over time. Every 24 hours they're destroyed. Oh. I guess that's not so bad if they're not, like, rare. Oh my god,
Now,
stop.
who would be knocking all the way out here?
I don't think I like Ordis very
Operator,
much.
I don't think you should answer that.
I don't know what... I noticed you guys are in my party, and this is awesome, but I don't know... Like, we could just go through my map if you want. Or we could go fishing if you want. I feel bad, like... I don't want to just, like, drag you guys around. We def could go through your map. Yippee! Please feel free to leave if you, don't want to be doing all that. I don't mind even a little bit. I love Schizo Ordis. Why are they like that? Why do they keep freaking out? Let me translate that message so even an old head like you could understand. Honestly, I might just go to sleep and finish this shit later. In other words, I'm EP. And that makes sense to me. I'll tuck you in. Please have a good sleep, Carrot Chomp. I'm gonna level up a small dude with you. Yippee! Oh yeah. Level up your dudes. Silver tongue of the old blood. Fancy. Come to sleep. Have a wonderful stream and an outstanding day. Zippy stuff. Thank you. Thank you for the hydrate. I hope you have an outstanding day as well.
The enemy have breached the void portal in this Orokin structure. You are here to cut off their access and stop them from coming back. My intel suggests there are rich enemy supply caches in the area, but I am unable to pinpoint their exact location.
I'm kind of
Search them out if you are
surprised
willing
this
to
is the
shoulder the added
void.
risk.
I thought the void would look more like a void. It's like gold. It's gold and pretty in here.
The enemy are using a void key and a portable torsion beam device to force open the portal, destroy the key and
That's
the device.
nice. The only time I ever hear the word torsion is like in sussy little memes. Oh, this map is quite large, huh?
The portal only allows travel in one direction. Start
Do you
up
like
the
my
portal
guy? He's
generators
kind
to
of
reverse
pink.
the
Oh,
polarity.
I didn't even get a good look at the pink. Pink check.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Yo! Oh my goodness. The green and pink looks very nice. Also, I can't get over the little abs your guy has. This is so peak. Oh, signal disrupted. What? Ah! What? Wait. Wait. Why did it do that? How many crystal you need? Oh, I only needed one and I got it, so I'm slaying. Now we're just going through the map. You like my pink guy? Oh my god. I love him. He's so pink. It's so cute. It's so cute. I seen a lot of like Wicked memes. Like the movie. Your little guy kind of reminds me of Wicked with the green and pink. Pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Start the generator. Here. Signal disrupted. Power the generator. Iron. Okay. Cinema. Ah. Yippee. Again, pushed back. That's a big fan. Whee! Oh my goodness.
There's the torsion beam device, but they've taken the void key. Find it.
Oh yeah, we're so good at finding Shirley. Shirley.
More bugs! More shiny bugs!
Yo! I've never seen that dude in my life.
Wake up! Inkra, wake up!
Huh?
Quick, pick up the key.
What's going on here?
You got the key.
I
Now
kind
get back
of
to the
enjoy
portal.
the bug lover. More bugs. Oh, I thought these would be grabbable. There's a lot of flowers you can pick. And that looked like it would be one of them.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
I'm seeing so focused. I feel like I'm not seeing that focused. Escape through the portal. Sheesh.
The device is set on overdrive. Get through the portal before it melts down.
Oops.
Objective complete.
Um.
The Void Key and Torsion Beam
Okay,
device
it's
are
fine.
out of commission.
Just a
The
little
enemy
stuck.
will not be returning anytime soon. Tenno, there are still undiscovered supply caches in the area. You may want to locate them before leaving.
Yo, where am I supposed to be right now? Oh. Get Lost Simulator. My goodness, Hero Hum. Pink fella. Oh, yippee, yippee. This is so awesome. Oh. They go. Water. Oh, I got an achievement. For killing 10 or more enemies in a single explosion. Wow. Pretty fancy.
I will consider what I've learned from this skirmish.
Yeah.
Another job well executed.
Yippee. Oh, a relic. Quasis Prime. Epitaph Prime. Nautilus Prime. Burstin. Daikyu. Trumna. Sheesh. Yippee. Yippee. Yippee, 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 yippee. Yippee, yippee. Again. Capture Syndicate. Ready for you to farm something? Oh. Are you online? You're not even online. Tommy. Tommy, where are you? I am. It's so over. It's so over. Oh, capture or survival? Probably capture, right? Survival seems more like a farmer thing than a go through the map thing. This game bugging. Sheesh. Yippee, 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 yippee. Hey.
You are here to find our target
Yeah, I
and
just
bring
saw
them
my
to the extraction.
Spotify's gone. Sorry about that. Like, why is it so quiet?
You found a target.
There we go.
Capture them quickly before they escape.
We're vibing. Yo, why am I so speedy?
Success. The captive
What?
is safely in our hands. Congratulations,
What?
Tenno.
I tapped out, then tapped back in, and it said, "Congratulations, Tenno." Wow, that's some aura. That's some aura if I've ever seen it. Oops. Oh, man. This place is not very conducive to spinning in a straight line, huh? Ah, man. Down. Down and around. Is this the right way? This game was written by Junghyun from Shiny? There's no way! What?
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Why would someone from Shiny write a song
Hey,
for
dreamers.
EXO? Oh my
We
god.
are up and ready to party.
Oh, I love party. So the first time here. Hi, Cozy. Good to see you.
Great work.
Welcome,
I am
welcome,
pleased with
welcome,
your
welcome.
performance.
Oh, I got another Archon crystal. Slay. I do really like this song. I stick with Volt to boost our speed. Wait, that's so sweet of you. You're so nice for that. Again. Oh. It just ends. I guess the other ways you have to go on other planets. I wonder if there's something to work like through. Is this just loop? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Don't click on that. Stop. Do you have access from other planets? I don't think so. I don't think I have... Maybe I have Neptune. I do kind of have Neptune. This gotta... I guess it goes down like that. Can we do this one together? I don't really know what it means when there's like a big ship thing. Does that just mean it's like Arcwing?
Operator, I thought you'd want to know.
I don't know. Need to go through Sedna. I don't even have anything called Sedna. What the? Oh my goodness, hi Tommy. Biggest spender. Wow. We got through Uranus too, you had it? I did? Wait, hold on, don't click on that. I don't see anything that says to the void. Only way into the proper void tile set. Oh. Wait, maybe we should do this. Let's go there. Maybe that would be better. Where is this? Oh, it's just way up there. Yeah, I don't remember this at all. Yeah, I don't know where I am. It's okay. Oh. This. Oh. What is this? Is this right? I think the music is loud. Oh, sorry. sorry. I didn't know it was loud. Pick to exterminate one bottom. This one? Oh yeah, that looks a lot more regular. Also, thank you, Tommy. Thank you for telling me. You're gonna drag us into faction war? Hiroham left the squad! Oh, goodbye, Hiroham. Goodbye, thank you for the games.
There is a large platoon of Grenier Marines stationed here.
Okay.
Leave no one standing.
Leave no one standing, got it.
The Grenier have no honor.
OGF? Oh, wait, you joined. Slay. You accidentally leave? Is there an emoji for this situation? Bam, bam. Scared. Shocked. Sorry, I'm locked in. Tricky. Eliminate enemies to earn bonus. Whatever. Bonus flowers, I guess. Yippee! Oh, it's so nice being so fast. This is awesome. Oh. It says 48 out of 115. I'm not seeing anyone. Is this cooked?
Stay focused.
Stay
There's
focused.
a heavy
Okay,
unit approaching.
sorry. I'm
Heads
staying
up.
so
A Grineer
focused.
assault team is headed your way.
Hi. She's hitting that. Rank up, yippee! Yeah. Yeah, we're gaming. Oops. Oh, oops. Okay. Yippee! Found him. Oops. Thunderbolt. Chance to explode. That's fun.
The enemy is broken. Well done. Now get to extraction.
Let's go.
Let's go. I think I picked a pretty good voice for her. I think she sounds happy. Am I supposed to go down the stairs? Is it this? No. Up there? This is nothing too. Where's Hiroham? Did you wait for me? That's so sweet. Oh. A tunnel. Now how did everybody know to go in some goofy little tunnel? That doesn't seem very intuitive to me. My goodness, hi. Look at that! Yo! Bro.
Another job well
Why would you say that? Well, sometimes it's like different floors. Like the tunnel. How did you know it was a tunnel and not just going down the stairs? Man. Getting clowned on. Man. Okay. It's so close. I also get lost here. You're not alone. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. I don't know. I get lost so easily in this game. The maps are so, like, wide. There's so many layers. I'm gonna bring Tentacle Guy for this one.
Keep the enemy busy while a fellow tunnel operative raids the ship for supplies. Ready?
Wait, let me get a good
trigger the alarm.
You look kind of like a
Life
pirate.
support has been cut off.
You can just
They're
chill in
trying
the
to
corner.
choke you out. Hold on. I'm sending auxiliary life support.
I like chilling. Gulp. Oh. Where'd me look at the objective. What? Why there's so many guys? I low-key took a Frosty podcast mega nap. Yo! I love mega naps. Was it good? Are you feeling a little better now? Nothing. Nothing. 23 minutes left on a 3-hour drive. It was so amazing. I feel like car naps kind of hit different. Well, I guess it can be kind of hit or miss. If your neck isn't properly supported and you're like sleeping on the seatbelt, then I feel like you can wake up feeling pretty bad just because of like the angles. But if you're able to get cozy and like you're all supported and all good, then I feel like, I don't know, there's something about a car. Maybe it's the motion. It just, the naps hit so hard. Yeah, the timer's going up instead of down. So I don't know if it's like...
I've delivered a life support capsule to the area.
I don't know if we have to
more time.
fight for a certain amount of time or kill a certain amount of things. Yo, I'm on fire. What's that all about? Yo. Yo. I love car naps. Real. Real and true. Yep.
Tenno, prepare for life support.
Okay, I'm so prepared for life support. Thank you for Fuzzy Podcast. Oh, of course. I'm always so honored when people like fall asleep with my stream on. Like, oh, you're feeling cozy. That's so awesome. Oh, there are a lot of tentacles.
Additional life support has arrived.
Oh, they're so glowy. I don't think I've seen a tentacle Warframe before. So cold. The Kinky Nation. Okay. Hydroid? Oh. Wait, Tommy's bleeding out. Wait. Oh. How do I... You died! No! Wait, come back. I don't know how to get to you. Wait, so soothing
Life
for real?
support has been replenished.
Thank you for saying that. That's so nice. Now, how do I get to the shard thing?
Life support on the way.
I didn't see that. That's so awesome. Ribbon Sliver. Is Ribbon Sliver the same as an Icon Crystal?
Another life support capsule is now available.
Yo, how long? What's this we doing? What are we supposed to be doing? I would say it again. Oh, you're so sweet.
The rank is off to a successful start.
Yay!
When you are ready, go to extraction.
Yippee! Oh, I guess it was a time limit for like 5 minutes of defending. I feel like usually when it's a time limit thing, it counts down instead of up. But what do I know? Okay. I'm looking at the map and the prospects aren't looking good. It says to go left.
I've delivered another life support capsule.
Yo. Do not deliver another life support capsule. Okay. Ugh. You're so back. Hello.
Mission complete.
Wait,
Excellent work, Tenno.
Can't keep getting away with this. I can't keep getting mogged on. I guess this isn't like an Argon crystal. It doesn't look like it expires. I don't know what's special about it then. I can't find my emote. No, it's fine. It's fine. You don't want to dap me up. Rune shards are pretty good. Well, I guess I got 40 of them. So that's pretty slay. I do want to dap you up. It's fine. It's fine. I will say, it is kind of cool to get waved at. Or motorcycled on. And turn them into unique mods? Ooh. Maybe I should look at my mods. It's been a while since I looked.
This is a mobile defense mission.
Only Argon crystals expire for some reason?
You must deliver payloads and defend a number of locations while I break into the network.
I guess they want you to like
be prepared for heavy resistance.
grind the game.
I can't do this without you.
For a long time. They gotta give you a reason to log back on. Yo, cute dog.
Terminal spotted.
Terminal
Upload
spotted.
me and prepare to defend.
Oops.
I'm in, Tenno.
I'm in, Tenno.
This will take a moment.
Oops. Sorry. Sorry for like low-key going non-verbal at the function.
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
I usually have a bit more endurance, but
Marines
I'm
inbound.
getting a little sleepy. Maybe after we're able to get to the void, maybe that would be a good stopping point. I guess I could check to see how much
Stay
longer
focused.
until the
There's
room
a heavy
is
unit approaching.
loaded in. There's probably only like 20 minutes or so left of that. What are your thoughts on the story beats so far? I think it's really good. I'm kind of kicking myself for not having paid attention to the lore earlier.
Move on.
Because now it seems like things are getting really cool, and it's like I'm a little lost. I'm not really sure why the operator girl that I made like killed her parents. Like that was mentioned. It was like, huh? Huh? But I really liked The War Within. I thought that was a lot of fun. It made the story feel more worthwhile than just running around and like beating things up. It's like, oh, we're like actually doing stuff.
This will take a moment.
Things pick up once the operator gets involved. I had no idea. I had no idea it'd be so cinema. But it's pretty cool. And I had a lot of fun making her. I think mine's pretty cute. Look at his eye. Your fella looks so funny. Pirate guy. We only learned what happened to your parents, etc. way later.
Continue to defend.
At this point, everyone was hella confused. Oh, well, that's good. I'm glad it's not just me. But the worm lady was like, you killed your parents, you orphan child. It's like, oh, did something happen in Fortuna and I just wasn't really paying attention? Womp womp. I don't know if you've seen yet, but you should for real press 5? Oh, I thought that was just for the War Within stuff. Hey, that's so cute.
Terminal hacked.
I don't know why you would want to play as the operator. But that's really nice that you can. Operator check. Oh my god, I'm zooming. What the? Volt go crazy.
Here is a terminal.
My operator's all grown up with a beard and stuff.
I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment.
It looks like there's a scarf around it, so I can't see your beard. That's cool though. I love your aesthetic so much. It's so cohesive. Oh my god, operator check. Oh, this one does have a beard. Oh wait. It's so awesome. Oh, it looks different from the profile. Like here, I think on your profile, the like chest was white.
Continue to defend.
Yo, look at that like horned bandana thing. That's so awesome. This is so poggers. Later in the game, you can make them really strong. Stronger than some Warframes. For real? I would not have guessed that you upgrade your little human guy. That's gonna be you. Mine is bald just how I like it. Tommy, where are you? I didn't see yours.
Mission complete.
Oh, you're jumping around. You're jumping around. I wouldn't really call this bald. Like, there's still hair. It's just very short. I like the robes, though. Crazy to say bald just how I like it. Lap my bald head. I don't think I have a slap emote. I can dance. I can dance with some bubbles. Bust? Wow. I can't wait to be an old man. I'm patting it. Wait, you are! Sheesh. They're patting it. It's so awesome. Yippee, yippee. Don't even mention I'm here. Oh, okay. Thought you were
Mission complete.
sleeping.
Excellent work, Tenno.
Thanks for the hydrate. Yippee! Yippee! I love when she says, "Excellent work, Tenno." It makes me feel like I did a good job. Finish my work first, I'm gonna go now. Yo, good job finishing your work. Bam, bam, bam. Mama Lotus. I don't know. Is she mama vibes? Maybe she kind of is. She's kind of just telling us what to do. It's bald on my head because I have low setting. Really? If you turn the graphics down, you turn bald? That's such interesting information. 6 minutes until home? Yo, that is so awesome. I hope you have a nice relaxing rest of your evening at home. Wow. I'm putting laugh. This guy's bald.
If lost
I
on
need
the
a little
plains outside
title.
Cetus, you may derive sustenance from mineral-dense termite droppings, which the Ostrons call Ito Da.
Yo.
You may also never form a consonant again, but at least you will not be dead.
Man, they got a lot to say. Gonna play Switch Terraria? Yo! As you should! Love Terraria. Who's your favorite Terraria NPC? Spy missions suck. Oh, is this a spy mission? Is it like, don't get detected, don't set off the alarms, you gotta crawl around? I'm not a fan of that.
I need you to get inside enemy data vaults and retrieve crucial intelligence data.
Oh, damn. Oh, no.
Grineer prey on the weak.
Huh?
But we prey on the Grineer.
Hold on. Huh? Holding? What's wrong? Crouch spam? I'm crouching. Near me. Oh, I don't know where you are. My dog's fighting someone. What is this? Oh. It.
Tenno,
This
be
is
on the lookout
awesome.
for increased security measures.
What am I doing here? Now invis? What was that? How did you do that? You're goated with the sauce.
Stay focused.
My favorite
There's a
NPC is the
heavy unit
princess.
approaching.
Wait, that's so cute. I like the zoologist. Oh man, I'm not invis anymore. I don't know. My thing about spy missions is like, I personally don't care if I set off the alarms. Like, I'd rather just kill everyone than worry about being stealthy. We set alarms? Oh man. Unidentified item. What? Okay. It's unfortunate though, everyone has to move in before she does. Yeah, I don't think I've ever got the princess. Like, I've seen her before, but not any time that I've
We
played.
have everything we came for. Get to extraction.
I don't know. I don't think I retrieved any data. Good job, everyone. You did so good. You did so good. I'm so proud of you. You did great, Lucas. Thanks. I reset an alarm. Yeah, pretty cool. She He sells royal vanity items. I think I have the same Terraria issue that I have with Minecraft, where I'll be really into it for a week. And then I'll be like, I can't do this anymore. Oh my gosh. Kiruha, my angel ascending from the heavens to show me the way. This is so awesome. So I think I stopped playing Terraria like most of the time before I get to. What is that? I like that thing. Wait, it's like jamming out. What is this? Hello? Yo, I'm vibing. Oh my god. Oh my god. Sheesh. My disco ball of death? What frame are you playing that you can make people go invisible and then play music? Rose, do not don't have your first chat message be balls. That's so awesome. Like, sees like enforces enemies to shoot each other. The DJ? I've never seen that before. Octavia Prime. Is that real? This looks like the pirate guy. Lamal base? Real. I mean, shoot. If chat says it's based, I guess it's based. Can't really argue with that. Octavia Disco Ball? I've never seen that before. Oh, does this not have a... Are we just in there? I thought usually they have like a... You have to do a special quest. But I guess we're just in here. Wait, hold on. Let me see how much time is left on my home renovation. 14 minutes. Sigh. It's a lot of minutes. I guess it's not that bad. Octavia is a music frame. Her abilities are on music stuff? You can make your own music too? Wait. That's
Orders
so
has been
nice.
counting stars, operator. All accounted
That's so
for.
nice. What is this? Huh? Oh, that's farming. Yippee. Yippee, yippee. Ugh. If you can make your own music, like... You also... Like, you record it and play it? Like Chatot? In whatever Pokemon game that one was? Could you, like... I don't know. Could you make Gangnam Style and then just play that for your friends? I think that would be kind of awesome. I was not aware of her drip. Bam, bam. Her arms like an instrument. Basically, you can play notes on repeat. It's hard to explain. Oh, so you're not recording anything. I see. Well, if you knew the notes for Gangnam Style, could you play that for your friends? I think that'd be kind of awesome.
This is a mobile defense mission. You must deliver payloads and defend a number of locations while I break into the network. Be prepared for heavy resistance. I can't do this without you.
A lot of data masses in this game to be uploaded. Gangnam Style. style so poggers. Real. Make some RL music with it though. There's a list of songs you can tune her
I need
on
access
to.
to a terminal.
So in theory, yeah, you might be able to
Find
play
one and
Gangnam
patch me
Style. Yo. That's such a fun game mechanic. I didn't know they had stuff like that. Yo! How do you control it and also walk around? I feel like that'd be a lot to pay attention to. Or is it just following you? The more you know. You can tell whoever made Warframe
Here
like
is a
put a
terminal.
lot of
Get me in.
put a
and
lot
get
of
ready
love
to defend.
into it.
I'm in, Tenno.
I'm in.
This will take a moment.
Pretty. Pretty.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Ball follows around mostly and stays nearby. I like it.
Still
I like it.
working
It's
on it.
cutesy.
Continue to defend.
Cute little fella. Darn it. There's so many enemies on the map, but I'm not seeing a whole lot.
Area
I guess they're
completed.
up here,
Move
probably.
on.
Move on. Yes, mama. Moving on.
Terminal spotted.
Terminal
Upload
spotted.
me and prepare to defend.
I don't have the data mass.
I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment.
Yo, they're kind of hitting that. Yo, they crazy. This is so awesome. Oops. Oh, I did not mean to jump all the way over there. I'm so home. Yippee! Welcome home. I'm so glad your travels were safe.
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
Oh. Man, I love this thing.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
This is a heavy unit, huh? Yippee! I love playing with
We are finished
Tennos who
Move on.
are experienced. It makes it so easy. Oh my god, you're hitting that! Sheesh. Sheesh. Have you guys seen that video of the old man going, sheesh?
Location
I like
reached.
that one.
Drop me in and defend our position.
I'm so glad to be home. Yippee!
I'm in, Tenno.
Yeah, if it was a 3-hour
This will take
drive
a
there
moment.
and back, that's a lot of time to be spent in the car. It's good to know most people like experience playing it slowly. Really? Do you like the speediness? I'll keep that in mind. Yeah. I don't know. For me, like it's it's not like a bad game. It's just so repetitive. Like going through the map is kind
Still
of
working on it.
not that
Continue to
stimulating
defend.
to me. Because it's always just defending a data mass or like surviving waves and like over and over again. So I would rather play with people who know what they're doing and they just shred it and then I can do the quest part on my own and experience that. You know? But I'm not much of a grinder. It feels like One Piece to me. I've never seen One Piece. I've only seen the live action one.
But we did it.
But
Mission complete.
I think that makes sense. I think that makes sense. Solstice, Aquarid? I don't even know. Oh my god, I can clap. Good job, everyone. Internet died! Oh no, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry that happened. I hope there's nothing wrong with it. What's this blue stuff connecting us?
Another job well executed.
Another argon crystal. Yubby 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 yubby. Yubby 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 yubby. My handshake was left hanging. No way. I didn't know you were going for a handshake. I'm sorry. Okay. That's boosted your shields and that gives you overshield? What's boosting my shield? Wait, hold on. Let me look at my mods. That's pets. Wait. Can I look at mine? Oh, here we go. Squad receives energy regen and health return. Okay. Shield health. Ability. Huh? I think this is a spinny one. Energy. Yeah, I'm really built for spamming my abilities. This one could probably be replaced.
If lost on
Yo,
the plains outside
chill.
Cetus, you may
Your
derive
summons give
sustenance from
overshield?
mineral dense termite
Oh.
droppings, which the Ostrons
Can I
call
put stuff
Ito
here?
Da. You may also
Oh, I
never form a
can't.
consonant again, but at least you will not be dead.
I don't know how this works for real. Critical hit. Energy pickup. Wait, that's pretty good. Okay. Can you invite me again? All good? Yippee! Yippee yippee! Oh, wait. I should also check how much is left on this. Only 2 minutes! Oh, and my little trophy's ready too. Okay. So we can do one more. And then I'll probably check out that new room and then we can ride out. Should try and get a potato for Caliban. A potato. Now, what does that mean? Hmm. Yippee. Sorry, 1 second.
My intel
Okay,
suggests
sorry.
there are rich enemy
I'm
supply
so
caches
locked in.
the
I'm so
area,
back.
but I am unable
Need
to
an Orokin
pinpoint their exact
reactor?
location. Search them out if you are willing to shoulder the added risk.
I got
You're
some
still
sort
in the
of
clear.
Orokin
No detection
thing.
from enemy sensors.
Maybe it was like an Orokin cell. What is an Orokin reactor? Is that
The portal only allows
like
travel
a
in
mod
one
thing?
direction. Start up
Oh,
the
it
portal
doubles mod
generators to reverse the
capacity.
polarity.
Yo!
The enemy are
Wait, that would be
using
so
a void key
nice.
and a portable torsion beam device to force open the portal. Destroy the key and the device.
I imagine that's
Found the
probably
first
pretty hard to
resource
get if
cache.
it
I'm detecting
doubles
2
it.
more faint hints.
For the 10.
Oh, I fell. Wait, maybe it's fine. Maybe I was meant to fall. Oh, a little doggy go on. Not really, I have one on all my frames. Oh. Is it something you just need to buy a blueprint for? Should be simple enough. I don't think they're hard to get. I'm sure if I knew
Stay
how,
focused. There's a heavy
I
unit
could work
approaching.
towards that. I like having something to work towards. I've been working towards getting a fish tank for so long. Once I get it, I don't know what my next big goal will be. Maybe getting a cat. Or some other sort of pet besides Kupros. What is going on? It's windy. Whee!
There's the torsion beam device, but they've taken the void key. Find it.
Find it. You can ask Azu for help if you want to get a cat. Yeah, he's got a cat named Failure. I think it's really early in the morning for Azu at the moment. I'll ask him eventually. I have an infestation doggy and his natural color is yellow, so he looks like a metal dog. Matches my Uriel theme. Wait, that's so cute. I have 2 dogs. I have Fluffy and Grilled Cheese. This is Grilled Cheese. He's
Target
stripy.
spotted. Stay sharp. This one is a handful.
I like his stripes. I think
Quick,
he's
pick up
naturally
the
just
key.
gray striped. I think I made the stripes pink, maybe.
You got the key. Now get back to the portal.
I think Fluffy is like blue. I like that he has a hat. Thank you. Thank you. I played around like the end of December and they had like Christmas stuff for like 1 credit. Like really, really cheap stuff. It was awesome. Oh my goodness. Wait, 1 out of 3. Wait, I'm slacking. Escape through the portal. Oh, is the
Tenno,
cache?
You do not want to be on this
Is
side
that
of the
like
portal when that
bonus
key
stuff?
melts down. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
I'm staying focused. Don't even worry. My goodness. Oh my goodness gracious.
Objective complete. The void key and torsion beam device are out of commission. The enemy will not be returning anytime soon. Tenno, there are still undiscovered supply caches in the area. You may want to locate them before leaving.
Okay, this time for sure. Not the guy dying in front of us. Yes! A successful dab. Wow. That was cinema.
Mission complete.
That was so cinema.
Excellent work, Tenno.
Excellent work. Oh. Okina, Protea, Quasis, Forma, Compressa, Nautilus. Wow. Cool beans. I like getting relics. I like when people want to break their relics. I think that's kind of awesome. Okay. Let's check this out. Thank you all very much for helping me. Oh! Wait. Oh, I was gonna end soon. but there's so many lovely raiders here. Ah. Oh my goodness, it's so good to see you. Thank you for the raid. Let me shout you out. Wow. How was your stream? It's so nice to see you all. Wow. Oh, wait, I'm a raider. Raided into my own stream. That's so awesome. Are you playing Dead by Daylight? Who could have guessed? You're playing A Way Out with Marshy earlier, weren't you? Did you guys do a good job? Hi, Marshy. Hi, Mick. Oh, hi, Juice. Hi, Tim. Hi, Shan. It's so lovely to see you all. You're a Warframe gamer? Yeah, I guess so. I'm a bit of a baby Tenno. I'm not super far in the game, but I'm unlocking Fishtank right now. It's kind of poggers. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the giant emotes. Oh, thank you. Yay! Thank you for the follow. Oh, sorry, my Spotify stopped. Um. There you go. Oh, better. I promise. I promise I'm a good streamer. Hi, stream. Thanks for the bonk. We played A Way Out, then DBD. Then I did a couple solo DBD. Yo, did you do good?
The intelligence profiles of the Grineer.
Did you good?
Error.
You finished?
Not
Yo!
Did the operator
This is
enjoy
so
this witticism?
slay. We had fun, but the endings were a bit of a tearjerker. Oh. I didn't know that game was sad. Wow. Well, good job on completing it. Good job. I hope y'all get tunneled and bled out at 5 gens and hit on hook. Dilsey, that is so mean. Why would you say that? Sigh. Make with someone doing the tunneling. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what tunneling is.
And the new room is ready.
I've actually been here since stream start. I was just busy.
Will you
Oh.
go there now, operator? Will you?
You guys are so productive. Good job. Wow. No spoilers, but the end had me teary-eyed. I didn't tunnel how. I don't know what that means. There's not even tunnels in that game, are there? Don't you just run around, you put people on a hook? Tunneling is when you do something the survivors don't like. Real definition, trust. There actually are tunnels if you place Xenomorph. Surely that's not what you mean, though. Oh my god, wait. Look! It's so beautiful! How do I put a fish in there? Sheesh. Also, you guys... I'm sorry to all my teammates. You do not have to sit here and wait for me. I'm gonna be busy. If I can figure out how to... do I have to not be in a party? How do I add in my orbiter? Tunnels keep chasing one survivor until you get them out of the game? Oh, what's wrong with that? Trying to get the same person killed over and over again? Oh, like puppy guarding? Dinner said he got a lick. Have a lovely stream. Thank you, Juice, and thank you for the follow. I hope your dinner is so good. I don't mind. Okay. As long as you don't mind. You're the choice between 2 people. Keep going for you who you already downed within a short amount of time. Yeah, but what if one person just like sucks and they're easy pickings? Like, is that bad manners? I feel like I would do that. Tunneling is smart playstyle. People get mad when you do it. Oh. Wait, look at my Caliban. They're looking so good. Okay, I just need... With this... Oh, okay, okay. Decorate? Can I put a fish in here? Wait, I have ornaments. That's so cute. I don't think I have a tree to put ornaments on. It's cute that I have it. Okay, well, maybe it's not that. I don't mind tunneling personally. It's just hard tunneling that I don't like. They're going out of their way to pick the person. Oh. That makes sense. That makes sense. I don't know. I feel like when you're playing a game like League of Legends, if somebody really sucks, it's not really bad manners to keep, like, going for them. Because you just, like, make yourself get fed. Maybe people consider that bad manners, but I've never heard anyone, like, complain about that. Usually people are complaining, like, oh, you're feeding. Like, you keep dying. Rather than being like, oh, you keep targeting that one person. Survivors get mad when you focus one of them down. Like, it's unfair to the person to try to deal with 4 other people efficiently. Yeah, I don't know. As somebody who's never downloaded the game, I think I'm pro tunneling. I think I would do that. There's a Sonic Team survival game I play where the strat is actually very good and necessary to win. It's a thing in DBD because it's supposed to be a casual game. It's supposed to be casual, but you're killing people. That seems pretty competitive. You can add fish to that little blue glowing pad thingy. Oh my god. My hero. What is this? Oh, got stencils. I'm not interested in that. What is this? Oh my god. No! Oh my god. Who wants to sell Norgs on the black market with me? They all cost 90. That's so much. Bro, I need this. League of Legends isn't exactly the model of a sportsman-like environment, though. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I didn't know Dead by Daylight was. Wee. Okay. Check this out. Put this guy in here. This guy in here. Tunneling casually? That's me. That would be me. The DBD community has been debating the ethics of tunneling for years. If the goal of the game is to kill people, I feel like it doesn't really matter how you're killing people. Like, you shouldn't go out of your way to, like, give them a fair chance. Like, the goal is to kill, right? I don't know. I think I'm a proud tunneler. Vibes. She has 53 north. I don't think you understand. When I say, like, I have 90 hours and it's like for Norgs, I wasn't kidding. I had to trade a lot of them, unfortunately, to like get more bait. But yeah, I like Norgs. This one's pretty. How many can I fit? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Darn it. What is that? Remove fish. I don't want cupolas. I like those. Maybe... This is cute. This one's kind of cute. I don't know how many you can have. It's kind of... doesn't look very full for how many fish I just put in there. Cute. Fish trading black market certified? Yeah, Rose put me on the Norg black market. Rose taught me the strats. It kind of goes crazy. There's literally a meme about something called the Survivor Handbook? Oh. What does that mean? As someone who plays both Killer and Survivor, I can see the argument for strategic tunneling. Like I said, I don't like people who hard tunnel. I try to spread my hooks, and I think that makes it easier in the endgame for me. That makes sense. You added one of the infested fish. I did. What is an infested fish? What? It's also a thing of whoever I see first. So if you're bad and I keep finding you first, then yeah, you're gonna go. Yeah. I think that's fair. I guess maybe, yeah. Unless somebody was really bad and easy to kill, I don't think I'd like go out of my way to target someone just randomly. But yeah, I feel like if someone's doing a bad job and you just get them a lot, who cares? Chimeros? Is that bad? Do the other fish not like the infested fish? I think it looks kind of awesome. I kind of want like just Norgs in a tank, low-key. I want the big tank to just be full of Norgs. That's different. I like the little guy in your tank. Thank you. He's got a bulbous head. The survival handbook is a hypothetical code that survivors expect killers to play in a way that maximizes the fun that they, the survivors, have. I thought customs. Oh. Maybe I would too. You can throw in an army of Norgs. I want to. I want like this tank to be regular, like my little showfish, and then I want the other tank to be just full of Norgs. I think that would be nice. I don't know how many fit. Is this good? Is this how much space I have? I guess that one can stay for now. I'm so happy I have fish tanks. This is so nice. Have some foodie so I lurk while I eat. Yo, I hope you enjoy your dinner. Hope it's tasty. Oh, it's so empty in here. Oh. Got a little hula dancer. Oh, shoot. I don't have any music. Ah, hell nah. When I'm the survivor in customs, because I was yelling at the killer to go look for me? Well, that sounds like bad manners. Oh, scroll. How do I get this? Here. Just keep adding until it says full. Oh. Is there a shop for music? Unlock music tracks to play in your orbiter by scanning Soma chord tones. What? Well, dancer thing is Octavia? Really? Your Octavia did not have feathers on their head like that. I don't think. Warframe music bussin'? Oh, I have it turned down. I like the I like the little music video when you go to Fortuna. That was kind of awesome. That's the only song that I remember. Oh, capacity has been reached. Okay. Looking good. She did, but you didn't see because I was invis the whole time. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I need to go ask people for plat. I don't know if you guys want to come with me, but I need to go to somewhere where you can talk to people. How am I doing today? I'm doing pretty good. I'm a little tuckered out. I'm not gonna lie. I haven't been streaming for that long, but before stream, I went grocery shopping. I went to 1 billion different stores. I think that took a little bit out of my brain juice. Is this? I think this is somewhere you can ask for fish. You can scan those little pink thingies in missions to give you music pieces on the summa chord. Pink thing. I've seen the blue things before. I scanned those, but I've never scanned a pink thing. Oh, Tammy. Okay. Listen up. Listen up. Pika-pee! Hold on, I'm in dialogue. You can kick me out? Okay. How do I kick you out? It's not meant to be. It's not meant to be. You're meant to be in my party. Oh, thank you for the thank you for the big old tail wag. First start the mission. Okay. How do you first start? You just press the play button. Also, Hero Hump's pronouns are she, they. Yeah. Okay. You're all getting dragged. Where the homies at? How come my orbiter was all alone? There I go. How are you in a dialogue but you're still in our party? Like if you went somewhere, wouldn't it take us so long too? Okay,
Hello! It is my aim to ensure you fully enjoy your time upon the
oh, it's not very busy here, is it?
absolutely not
I was doing my thing. Wait, I forgot about that. You're so right. That's what I'm working towards. I need to work towards the dating sim. I'm really sad that Caliban's not a part of it. Look at Caliban. I would give a smooch. Also, why am I pink? I swear I made my colors like purple. This one's pink and white. It's still cute, it's just not what I remember. Oh well. Maybe he will be in future updates? I hope so. I don't really want to kiss anyone else. Oh, you do have feathers on your head, huh? Okay, okay. Who is this? I don't know who told me okay. Oh, that's my clan. Sorry, they weren't talking to me. Where's global chat? Last time I think I just went to all chat and I was like, does anyone want an org? I don't see an all chat. WTB? Oh my god. Oh, I'm stressed. I'm stressed. Maybe... Maybe I'll just give my Norgs to Azu. And he can sell them on the black market for me. I don't know how to do this. Does anyone want Norgs? For plat. Smiley face. And then I'll see if anyone DMs me, and if not, I'll give them to Azu. You can do WTS Norgs. Wait, what is WTS? Want to sell? Want to sell? Want to sell Norgs? They like have the item names as like clickable things. You can give them to me. Tommy, are you on the website that Azu has? I will sell them for you. Are you are you gonna scam me? I don't think anyone DM'd me. It's so over. Oh, Mayo, no. Okay. Are you still on? How do I get to you? Yuki's on. Oh my goodness. Meow. There's also this website called Warframe Market. You might be able to use that. Yeah, that's what Azu uses, I think. And I don't want to make an account. So I'm just gonna give it to him. Poor connection. Aw, Tommy, your internet. You can type bracket parentheses item name to make it clickable. Wait, really? Can you just do that when talking to people? Norg. Norg. Oh my god! Wait, Rose, you're such a gamer. Look at that thing. I'm on the other side of the earth. Sigh. Sigh. Oh my god, I'm in here. 6. Oh, I can only do 6 at a time. Wait, hold on. I needed 90 plat for the fish tank, and I have 33. Do you think you can sell these for like 50? I got caked too. Oh, I'm sorry. Norgs are 1 platinum. Yeah, but what if I jack up the price? What if somebody will buy them for 3 platinum because they're large? Oh, I'm so sorry you have to pay a trade tax. What is this? Fire rate? Oh, you don't have to give me that. I don't really use guns. Like if that's something you can use, I think you should use it. Cause my ass is spamming abilities. But if it's just junk, like I'll take it. Wait, hold on, what's the math? 90 minus 33. Is that 57? Wait, but I have like 55, right? Surely if I somehow get all my Norgs away, did I have enough? How come it limits your trades? Do they not want me to be playing the game like this? Do they hate me? Oh my goodness. Activate or equip this ribbon to reveal its unveiling challenge. I don't really know what a ribbon is. I like the color of it. Yeah, but you also have to find people that want to buy them in the first place. Everybody wants Norgs Phoenix. Don't be ridiculous. Oh my goodness, wait. No! What is this? Why are you showing me this? Actually, maybe this is a better... Look. Sorry. How do I put it away? Okay. That was a good talk. Pistol ribbon? Pistol ribbon, rifle ribbon? I don't know what these are. I'll take good care of it, trust. What if I'm getting scammed right now? What if Tommy eats all of my Norgs? And then I'm Norgless and Tankless. Oops. How many did I give you? Is this our 4th trade? Wow, thank you. I love energy. Feels dank, man. Corn. Are you enjoying the show? Oh, yippee. I think this is my last, like, trade that it'll let me do. Oh no! It's fine. I'll get more Norgs eventually. Wow, thank you. Minus 10 ability duration, plus 10 ability efficiency. This is so awesome. You exhausted your available trades. Wait, so how many did I give you? 30? Tommy, I don't know if you already had Norgs, so I don't know how you'll know which ones are yours and which ones are mine, but, good luck. Thank you. Man, that was awesome. Is it nighttime? Night ends in 45 minutes? Oh! Wait, that's good. Maybe I could do a light fishing sesh. Huh? Is this not the right area? What if you press Q, you could go to the fishing place? Oh, this is like the area. Yeah, I don't know where I am. Ba-ba-ba-ba-dum. Oh, much better.
Hello.
Okay.
It is my aim to ensure
Do you have Norg
fully
bait for
enjoy your
me?
time upon the water, which is absolutely not filled with unknowable.
Yippee! Relaxes nearby fish? I don't know what that is, but I'll take it.
I hope to see
Greetings!
you again.
Hi, Mari.
Goodbye.
Hi, hi, hi,
found a
hi.
use for every part of the beast.
Solid content? Oh, thank you. You like fish? You like Warframe fish?
This one will
Oh,
feed
wait.
the whole family and the cousins too.
Cut? Oh, maybe that's not what I want.
If you have any fish to
provide.
spare,
That's
I
better.
will see they reach the tables of our poor and infirm.
Yippee!
The people acknowledge your generosity, Tenno.
Okay, that should be good for fishing.
Come again.
Does anyone want to go fishing with me? Smirk emoji. I think I have it so that people can join if they want. Yippee! Sure, yippee! Yep. Come on in. You gotta invite. What? But then why does it say friends only? Bam, bam, bam. Okay. Just a little fishing before ending stream. You know, you gotta end on a... You gotta end with a bang. Okay, I think this is... Good fish. Good fish zone. Yippee! And now we wait. I thought Norgs show up where the splashes are. Is that not real? Yummy. Huh! A big one. Check this out! Yo! Oh. This is so cinema. Is this not the right thing for... Maybe Norgs are better with the param? Oh yeah, I guess it is. Oh. Man, I love Norg. I love fish trading on the black market. That leaves something to be desired. Yo! Come back. Oh, yo! Why is it swimming away? I don't think this little yellow thing is doing much. It said it was supposed to calm them down, but they Seem just as wiggly as they always are. Oh well. Little guy. Ugh. Does this spot have Norgs still? I think a hotspot is required. Yeah, anywhere that you see like splashes on the water, Norgs can be. Are you not seeing any? Check this out. Check this little guy out. I know sometimes like the spot kind of runs out and you have to move down. But I think there's still a few here. Surely. Oh. Oh man. There he goes. There he goes forever. Man. Ugh. Ugh. Yippee. Man, I love fishing. Oh. Pretty good, huh? You all are really impressed, aren't ya? I can tell. Ugh. Boss? Oh my gosh, Darren. You didn't put a period at the end. Are you excited to see me? Check it out, I'm fishing. Pretty cool, huh? Pretty awesome, huh? Oh, I thought I missed. Oh. Yo, don't put it back on. It's messed up. Wow, fishing minigame. Oh, I love fishing minigame. Pretty poggers. I will say Stardew Valley's fishing minigame a bit easier. A bit easier. A bit more enjoyable, perhaps. But this is pretty nice. This is pretty nice because fish are quite profitable. Oh, I missed. Don't look at that. They're so wiggly. The bait's still there. What? Why would you hurt the fish? I'm not. Like, I'm spearing them, I guess. But, like, they're going in my fish tank. Look, this guy's undamaged. I'm out in the lobby and someone's companion. Yo! Beat him up. Or befriend them. I don't know. Suss out their vibes and then do one of those two things. It's a taser sphere? Is it? It does say it has multiple blades. Well, this one says it has multiple blades that allow it to pierce the hides. And this one says it features a slender blade. But listen, when you pull them in, they don't look hurt. And, you know, I think it's regular. I love pretending. Big one. Oh yeah. How many Norgs you got? I got 13. So I guess if Tommy eats all my Norgs, I guess, you know, there's always more Norgs to catch. They passed the vibe check so far. That's good. They gotta do the Foss name justice. Yuki, why come you're not fishing? I got a bunch. Well, do you have 13? Are you mogging on me or am I mogging on you? Thank you for the hydrate, Tam. And stretch. That's so sweet of you. Tam, why come you're not fishing in Warframe? Oh, thank you. Thank you for the double hydrate, Darren. Was that? Fishing? Drown? You can't drown me anymore. There's a hydrate limit per person. I think it might be kind of high, but it's not high enough to kill me at the very least. So have you ever fished on this game? I swear you added me. You did add me. Maybe you didn't get to the fishing part. It's the best part of the whole game though. You're missing out for real. Oh. I cannot believe oh. A boot. What? Well, I'm sorry. I think the limit's like 10. Sorry, causing important changes around here. I mean, that is a true statement. That is a true statement. Check out my small Charkyu. I don't think there's any more Norgs here. I think the splashes went away. Ooh. Little dog's growling. He's not happy. Okay. Oh, okay. I just shot that fish. Okay, well. It's awesome. Is that better? Okay. My Oshi went live by? Okay, that's crazy. That's crazy, and I know you're joking, but I'm gonna beat you up. Just kidding, but goodbye. I'm your Oshi, right? 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 Please say right. Please say right. I'm gonna scream. Have a good rest of your day, though. You're my Oshi. Gasp. Clutches heart. Bats eyelashes. Do you mean it? Make it. Sorry, bud. Oh. Like, that's fine with me, but maybe don't say that in my chat. Time out them. Oh, they're my artists, though. They're my artists. So if I time them out and they never draw Monsley again. I mean it with all my heart. Yo. Oh my gosh. This is so poggers. This is so poggers. I love this. I'm so happy. Just kidding, you guys are tied. I love being tied. I love being tied with Mick. I love Mick. I'm gonna kiss her. What do you mean what? Don't say what. I said what I said. Don't be weird about it. That's just how things are. I love being tied with Mick. I do. I do. We gotta sit on that first place throne together. wiggly. Bow, bow, bow. Yippee! Okay, this is looking pretty good. There are a lot of small ones. I wish I had more larges, but you know, I'll take what I can get. Oh, come back. Come back. Come back. Really? Maybe they're gone. Are they? What is on my map? Are those waypoints? I don't know what I'm looking at. Oh. Out of Norgs. Zelda Ocarina of Time had this fishing game I struggled with so much as a kid. But I always get twitchy reactions when I play it. Even now? Really? Oh man. I never played Ocarina of Time. I know a lot of people love it a whole lot. Like I know that's a classic one. But the only Zelda game I ever played was Breath of the Wild. And the sequel to that one, I forgot what it was called. I did not like the sequel as much. Trying to build the little things felt really not smooth to me. I struggled a lot. I would never scam anybody. That's an interesting thing to say out of the blue. Mister. You eating my Norgs? Did you put them in your fish tank? Sigh. I need plat, Tommy. I need a lot of plat. I'm gonna explode if I don't get plat. Didn't like Tears of the Kingdom either. Oh, that's what it was called. Didn't like Tears of the Kingdom either. It was so far from Zelda that it didn't feel like I was playing the right game. Yeah, I mean, all I had to compare it to was Breath of the Wild. And I don't know. Having to build things felt so clunky. Which is such a shame because Breath of the Wild I felt like was really, really good. It felt pretty smooth. I guess some of the little like trial temple thingies, the like shrines, some of those I struggled with. They felt kind of clunky, but nothing crazy. That is my most played Nintendo Switch game. Pretty good. Pretty good. Can I not pick that up? Oh, okay. There's a Banjo-Kazooie game, Nuts and Bolts, that was all about building vehicles in the same way. So Tears of the Kingdom felt more like that than the Zelda I've always known. Is Banjo-Kazooie like a pretty similar style of game? I've heard of them, but that's another one I have not played. I don't know, I just don't think I like vehicle building games. There's one game a long time ago that I played that is like free. And I think it was like building cars and like racing them. I don't know. I liked racing, but the building was kind of boring. I'm not much of a builder. Yippee! Okay. I think I leave now. I'm satisfied with the amount of fishes I caught. Base. Thank you very much for playing with me, Phoenix. Very, very, very sweet of you. I appreciate the help a whole lot. Where are my Norgs at? Oh, did I leave the wrong way? Was I supposed to go through the thing? Yay! My Norgs. What the fuck did you do? I just thought I was going back home. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought I could just leave with my haul. I think I still have them. Cause I gave Tommy on my large Norgs. So I think it's fine. I don't know. I don't know if it's fine or not. You meant to return to the city through the gate that saves your progress? Then why is there a nice little exit button that's shining, shimmering, splendid? I think it worked out. Back to fishing, she goes, no, I think it worked. Guys, I think I at least have some. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. I'm kind of lazy. Check this out, though. Oh my goodness, I'm so slow. Check this out, though. Got a fish tank. I'm so happy I got a fish tank. We're so back. Look at him.
Sometimes Ordis likes
He's
to assume he
scuttling
knows
around.
nothing. Nobody can learn what they think
Yubby.
they already know.
Yubby, 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 yubby. Okay. Thank you for the games. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you all for hanging out with me and watching my stream. I had a great time. Let me find someone cool to raid out into. Bam, 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 bam. No stream tomorrow because tomorrow's Sunday and I never stream on Sundays. But I'll be live again sometime next week, probably Monday. I don't think I ever get to raid B. Wait, did I raid her recently? I don't think I did. I don't know. I don't remember. I forget who I raid. I've been in her stream a lot, but I don't remember if I raided. Either way, we're raiding her. She's a cutie and she's doing some art. But yeah, you can join my Discord to see my schedule. If you want to know my schedule, I'll drop it tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be playing Omori next week, so please look forward to that. And maybe finishing Your Turn to Die, and I don't know what else. We'll see. But yeah, thank you, thank you, thank you. Here's a raid message if you're into that. Here's a raid message if you're into that, and also subscribed. This is a switching game screen, right? No, I'm sorry. I gotta chill. Fish raid? Oh, you can do fish raid if you want. That's fine. But yeah, drink lots of water, eat plenty of protein, and get lots of sleep tonight. And have a great rest of your day. I'll see you all later. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.